certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, boys. Not the girls. I'm not saying good morning to the girls. They have to earn it. We need better behavior out of our women. That's what the Nation of Islam used to do. That's what I'm going to do. Good morning, boys and girls. I'm only teasing. Happy almost Halloween. It's Thursday. I'm tired. I got to bed late last night. I ate shit. I snacked last night. It's 1,000% my fault. I dragged my girlfriend into my lack of self-control. Just a bad guy. It's my fault, man. I'm enjoying my post-jail era. I'm enjoying my post-jail generational run. Everybody gets a generational run now. This is my generational run. I'm enjoying the post-jail era. Honestly, especially last night. And all the morning shows. Monday was great. Tuesday was a lot of fun as well. I'm having more fun doing the show this week than I have in a long time. I'm enjoying post-jail era. It's one of my, I told SP this, I go, even going back through the radio days, post-jail era is becoming one of my favorite steel toe eras. I love it. I hope you're enjoying it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate it. I'm just having a blast. I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying the shows. You guys have been funny, creative, enjoyable. But yeah, this morning, man, I feel like a barrel of dog shit. I really don't feel good. I feel SP and I have this theory, and it's starting to check out, that Gordy is giving us really bad allergies. Because some nights Gordy will just sneak his ass like right in between us, and like he'll nest almost. And I'll wake up in the morning and it'll just, my sinuses will be full, my eyes will feel puffy. I think it's that, plus I ate after the show last night. I ate in bed, which is a terrible thing to do. Don't do it. Stop eating after dinner. There's no reason to shove any more food in your face. And I feel it this morning. I feel like a 50-year-old man with his gut hanging down to his balls. I don't feel good today. I did finally watch Law Abiding Citizen. I know I'm a year or two behind on that. When did Law Abiding Citizen come out? That was when I think Gerard Butler was on his generational run. But I finally saw it, 2009. So I'm only 16 years behind. I'm only 16 years behind on Law Abiding Citizen. And, people have told me for years, you got to see that movie. Adrian always got on me about that. He said, you got to see Law Abiding Citizen. It's a great movie. I finally watched it. It's fine. It's like a very Stallone movie. Like it's action and drama, and there's not a lot of I think sometimes we get lost in the weeds of, well, how'd they do that? Well, how'd this happen? And, it's one of those just suspend your disbeliefs, watch it. I feel like Law-Abiding Citizen does try, it tries to be headier than it should be. It tries to have like a heavy theme, but really it's just a revenge action thriller. And I think it works that way. I also like that the ending of Law-Abiding Citizen it just hit. Like it didn't get dragged out. They didn't, the final part of Act 3 wasn't like this big elaborate thing. It was just, we don't need it explained. We don't need to see it step by step. We were doing one thing and now we're smash cutting to another thing. And that's it. So the movie was fine. I'm not going to put Law-Abiding Citizen in one of my favorites of all time. Probably not even going to put it in my top 50, but it was an enjoyable movie. And if I ever needed to fall asleep to anything, I could put that on and I wouldn't be upset. And then we turned on. So then it's like 11 something, which is way too late for me to be awake. I have to get to bed. Like 11:15 is the absolute latest I should be staying up because that's 6 hours of sleep. But realistically, when the time is in the tens, I should be out. I wasn't. I ate like shit. I watched a thriller of a movie, an action movie, not a great idea. Gordy slept right in between us, like he leaves himself no room to move. And I woke up this morning feeling obese. I woke up this morning feeling congested. It's Thursday. It's our last morning show until Rumble Friday. I got some shit I got to do. I'm just kind of, overall, I'm kind of feeling defeated by the day already. I do want to thank Sandy, who threw us $20 before the show even started today, though. That was nice to start off with.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
And shout out to the morning show crowd. You guys have not had a full goal all week. The post-jail era has been a smashing success. Knock on wood. Thank you very much. You guys also have us back over 700 total memberships on Rumble and YouTube. We were at 1,000 when we left. We were under 600 coming into this week because of jail. You were in jail. So go ahead and keep pumping those up. 205 is our number for today. That's it. 205, and we're out the door, and it's another perfect week for the toe. So thank you guys very, very much. So let's rack it up. Post-jail era, this is what we've got. A voice that's going, sinus congestion from hell, and no, I'm not going to get rid of Gordy. I'll just keep having this every morning. Losing my voice because I'm not used to yelling and talking and screaming so much. Poor people are going to lose all their benefits. Holy Jesus. So I actually dug in a little bit because I think this shutdown, I think one thing that's good about shutdowns is that it shows citizens like what the government does, what the government doesn't do, how much they spend doing it. It's kind of like checking a price tag before you buy something. It kind of lets us know this is what our government does. This is where our $7 trillion a year go. And these are the services it provides. And we get to, have an unfettered look at whether or not we feel it's efficient. Between temporary assistance for needy families, EBT, and SNAP, we spend about $300 billion a year. $300 billion a year. And, this is why I think it was a mistake to ever not call ourselves a Christian nation. I think being a Christian nation is a good thing because one thing Christianity preaches is charity and taking care of your neighbor. I think once our government really started to push any semblance of Christian charity or any of that, like LBJ, kind of that era, once we started pushing that out, in come these giant government welfare programs that are inefficient. They're based on taking people's money, not people giving. So it removes any moral imperative people have to take care of their neighbor, to help out their neighbor. And I think that more than we've had in 60 years, we kind of have a chance now to rewrite the rules. rewrite the books. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to do it. It just means that this is the best opportunity we've had in a while, and it's up to the American people. If they feel similar to how I feel, then maybe things change. If they don't, then I'll just be a crazy person screaming into the wind. Nothing really changes. But when you have almost a $2 trillion deficit, $1.8 trillion deficit, and you've got $300 billion a year wrapped up in just giving people food stamps and welfare, and then you talk about, $1 trillion on the military. I mean, you put some decent cuts into those things, and you replace it with good Christian charity. This is kind of where small government is not just this free ride in a fancy car. What small government is the smaller the government gets, the heavier our personal responsibility gets to our neighbor. So, everyone wants to talk about, well, get rid of food stamps, get rid of this, get rid of that. That would be awesome. I would love that. I don't like the idea of forced charity. It takes all the nobility out of it. But if the government decides to do that, it's imperative on you and I to then help take care of the less fortunate. Are we going to do that? Or did we grow up in a time where government welfare programs took care of all that and we don't flex that muscle? It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens going forward this weekend. I don't anticipate that they're going to end the shutdown. And if they don't end the shutdown, will we actually see? Because so much of this government shutdown stuff is like the world is on fire, Chicken Little, the sky is falling. You wonder, with this brinksmanship, are they really going to let food stamps lapse? Are they really going to let welfare lapse? I'm still not convinced they're going to. I'm still kind of convinced this is a scare tactic, and I'll believe it when I see it. But so far, they're going to do it. They're going to go headlong. Trump is not going to release that $5 or $6 billion to keep SNAP going. And we've got some reactions of some people. Tik Tok has weighed in with their reaction on allowing the food stamps and EBT to lapse. And let's just say that the people responding to it on TikTok, they're being remarkably reasonable. I mean, it's really just kind of sober, level-headed political analysis. It's nothing over dramatic or mildly sinister and violent at all, which is so nice. Now, Give Me Tips says you shouldn't sleep with your pets. Not good. Well, aren't I learning? I got itchy eyes this morning. I got my throat is like swollen this morning. My sinuses are congested this morning. But anything for Gordy. Anything for Gordy. I am a pushover of a dog owner. I'm no Hassan Piker. On a Walz says they go out to use the potty and they track in pollen on their paws. I will say, when I was in jail, sleeping Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, when I slept my 7 nights in the big house, I didn't have any congestion. I didn't have any allergy problems. I didn't have anything. My voice was fine. Everything was good. I can legit feel my throat like swelling shut as I talk this morning. So it probably is Gordy. Dead Game says, wind has thrashed the ragweed to slivers already. See, this is why I talk about this stuff on the show, because my audience can then come in and give me the pollen count on the show. I like that. I like that I can wake up. My eyes are barely open. I feel like shit. I had a sink leak this morning in the bathroom. So a while back, something, I can't remember what it was, but something fell down the sink drain. It wasn't my wedding ring, I'll tell you that much. Something fell down the sink drain, and I took off the coupler, and I opened it up, and I was able to get the thing out of there. Well, I put the pipes back together, and I thought that I put the coupler on snug. I thought that I put the coupler back on nice. Everything, the pipe seemed okay. This morning, through the drawer or through the cabinet doors in the bottom of my sink, I start hearing water running. And I go and I look in the shower. I'm like, did I leave the faucet on? No, it's fine. I look in the sink. I didn't leave the water on. And I look down by my feet, and there's a small puddle of water forming. So I grab the towels. I start wiping up. This is all like, I'm doing this out of one eyeball. This is right out of the shower. This is like 5:15 this morning. Now I've woken SP up. She's not going to get back to sleep. The coupler was not tight, and the water was bubbling out of it. It filled up the little bucket that I have underneath. I don't know. Even if you don't have any sink problems, you should leave some kind of fail-safe in case something fucks up with you. I have it in every sink in my house. I have a little bucket under each set of pipes just in case. It's just a smart backup plan to have. It limited the damage because I just had to take that bucket out, dump it in the shower. We're done with the sink drain. So it's been a hell of a morning so far. I'm feeling very, very tired. But we'll wake up as we go. I've got my crack cocaine in a can here. I've got my bottle of water. We're going to be fine. Let's go and check in with you guys. See what you think about all this nonsense going on. Also, we are looking to continue that membership climb. So keep throwing those in. That would be fantastic. MSO says, wear that shirt in jail and you ain't coming out alive. Is that? We don't like this shirt, do we? We don't like the Under Armour horizontal stripes. I had a girlfriend when I was right around the time I turned 21 because we used to go to bars and drink a lot. I had a girlfriend who literally banned me from wearing vertical stripe shirts. Banned. B-A-N-N-E-D, barred. And I wanted to do the Gino thing. She wouldn't let me wear vertical stripes because I'm a tall man. And she said tall men shouldn't wear vertical stripes. It makes them look like Gumby. But now I'm assuming that if I wear the horizontal stripes, I look like the fat Oreo eating cunt that I was last night. Yeah, I ate Oreos in bed. And ice cream. I ate Oreos and ice cream. And it was bad. What did I tell you? Did I tell you I wasn't proud of myself? Did I tell you I didn't get to bed till late? Did I tell you I feel like shit this morning? Yeah. Ice cream and Oreos in bed. Just honestly, just saying it feels like a personal failure, and I hate myself. Phantom X says, Aaron, can we get an update on how the booty is doing? My booty feels refreshed. My booty feels wonderful. Again, I don't know. I think it must be more of a prison thing with the butt sex. Because with the county jail, you shower alone. A lot of the times you're in your cell alone. Everything is kind of observed. I don't know where. I mean, don't make me look into it. Don't make me think about it. But I don't know where you would sodomize someone in the Stearns County Jail. I have no good place to sodomize. You know, one of the things I wrote in my Yelp review was couldn't find a good place to sodomize a fella. It's not. It's not good. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I live in a much hotter place and my dog is often outside, but I'm sure pets would freeze to death outside in Minnesota. No, you do not put pets outside in Minnesota. Not in the wintertime. Some people have big fluffy dogs and they're like, oh, they're an outdoor dog. It's still, when I see a dog with like snow stuck to its fur and shit, I'm like, nah, I feel bad. Dead Game says the fucking air changed, Aaron. You're still short sleeping it. You gotta acclimate. Oh, I can't wear short sleeves after the air has changed? I did not know that. 09 Canyon says give the dog a bath. He's got pollen and or mold on him from outside. Sorry about my sniffles. The thing is, he just had a bath last week, I believe. So he's good on the whole bath thing. You know? People are saying, Aaron, it looks like you're hard at work putting on that weight you lost in the clink. I am back to where I was before I went in. I am back to my if we're calling 215 my fighting weight, 225 is my sitting weight. I found my sitting weight again. Dead Game says it's the P-trap, But from the pop-up on the sink, tighten the collar nuts. They're made for hands. Thank you. Mad Max Mardigan says, Aaron, in all fairness, you always look like the fat Oreo eating cunt. As a matter of fact, my wife was surprised she was able to get Oreos for the Halloween party tomorrow. Thank you. TommyInIsrael.com says it's all the carbs in jail. I was doing better in jail than I do on the outside. Mick Busted is, guys, we got our first triggered one of the morning. McBusted says, the worse the show does. Show's been doing great this week, by the way. The deeper he tries to sound. How come any free chatter can completely halt the show? We just like to hang out with our audience. It's been this way for a decade. I would ask the question of people like you, McBusted, why does it bother you so much? And don't bother denying it. You're just coping. The worse the show does, the deeper he tries to sound. That's a very odd analysis. And it's always, they always think they've stumbled upon something great. They're like, the worse the show does, the deeper he tries to sound. Or I'm suffering. I have allergies like a motherfucker, and I'm suffering. I saw a cope yesterday, and I don't understand the thought process. It's like McBusted when he goes, no, the worse the show does, the deeper he tries to sound. What? You understand this show has been doing the same level of bad for about 5 years. But I don't understand why me making my voice deeper would reflect statistics. It's hard to follow them because they think like 4-year-olds. But the one yesterday I thought was great. Somebody came in, I think it was Willy Nilly or whatever. Willy Nilly came in yesterday and he goes, there is no porcelain in the jails in Stearns County. You are lying. And I went, okay, I was there. There was certainly, what I was shitting on was definitely porcelain. And, but my biggest tragedy was, why would I lie? Like, why? What? I don't understand the benefit of lying about a porcelain sink and a porcelain toilet. So then Beluzier comes in yesterday and he goes, I can't believe I have to do this. But yes, I worked there. There are porcelain toilets. And they were like, no, you guys have to be lying. It has to be a grand conspiracy. I can't have allergies. I have to be putting on a voice. And there cannot have been porcelain toilets. He has to be lying. I will ask you guys one more time. Look in the mirror. Consider that maybe it's you. You don't have to respond. You don't have to get back to me. I'm throwing out some free advice. Take it if you like to. Tim the Toolman Taylor says maybe there's different toilets on different blocks. Definitely. I was in the good boy wing where we get porcelain toilets. But he was like, no, you have to be lying about what the toilets looked like. I'm like, you know what you could do? Do what you do all the time. Just pretend I am. You'll be okay. Bigot on socialist media. I just find it funny, the knots that they twist themselves in, because they just, I've said it before, I'll say it again. They can't take this away from you, so they lose their mind and seethe all day. Terrible way to live. Bigot on socialist media says, who gives a shit if Aaron is lying about a sink and a toilet? I would honestly, if I woke up from some kind of funk and I noticed that I've been lying about a sink and a toilet, I think I'd kick my own ass. Dubs says, was toilet wine good? That's another thing. I don't know where you'd sodomize a fella. I don't know how you'd make toilet wine. One thing they did make in there, though, they bought Mountain Dew, Live Wire, Blue Raspberry, whatever it's called. And they mix that with the coffee that you buy from the vending machines, the powdered coffee, and they, heat up the water in their cup in the microwave, and they make this like super potent, heavy caffeine beverage. And one of the guys who was there for DUI said, yeah, they do that to kind of give them the up that meth does. They try to get as much of a caffeine up as they can because it helps with not having meth. That kind of goes back to what I was saying a long time ago about how this isn't the place for these guys. Like, jail isn't the place for these people. It needs to be therapy. I mean, you can do drug treatment if you want to, but therapy is the most important part. Figuring out where this all started, pinpointing that, and exercising it. But, I mean, sending them to a place where they're like, all right, their first priority is, how do we make a concoction that gets us high as fuck legally? I don't know. Veldrain says, just start lying about Stearns County Jail. Tell them the bars are made out of vibranium. Oh, you guys didn't know about the vibranium bars on the door? Yeah, you know how most people, they go to jail and the doors on jail cells now are just regular heavy metal doors with little windows in them? No, see, Stearns County Jail is very old school, and they have the old-timey bars, but it's vibranium from Wakanda, and they're completely indestructible. I mean, file away all you want on these bars. They're never going to give because they're vibranium, which is the hardest known substance in the universe. So... yes, thank you for reminding me of the vibranium doors. Rusty Grammar says, where is the W in lying about a fucking toilet? Well, let me ask you something. Where's the W in obsessing over a show that you clearly love that's not going anywhere and just keeps being the most consistent program there is out there? I don't know. Phantom X says that, Aaron, you live rent-free in their minds because they wish that you would cuck them. Oh, I'm not interested. None of them have partners. Most of them aren't allowed to see their children. You got people with, that Andrew Turnquist, Scott Richard Staska, that like literally stalks and takes pictures of my house. He's got such a long violence against women criminal record. It's remarkable. And then I think he's got his I don't know if it's a relative or what, but this Mark Turnquist guy who lives in Hopkins, this Mark Turnquist guy, he goes to like all the court stuff. He's like, I have to go to all of Aaron's court stuff. And I should say hi to him next time I see him, because there's a rumor out there that Mark Turnquist, who I don't know if he's related to Drew Turnquist, Scott Richard Saska. There's a rumor that Mark Turnquist and Haley from Pretty Antisocial, and I'm embarrassed that I know this, that they're fucking or they're hooking up or they're cheating on their significant others with each other. That's the rumor, because they message each other, they call each other, and I'm sorry, but that's cheating. If Haley's supposed to be a married Christian woman, who, by the way, if you've noticed, her neck is really looking like mine, and that's not something to be proud of. Haley. Her and Mark Turnquist from Hopkins, Minnesota, have been messaging and calling and texting each other. And you know that it's not clean because none of these people can handle the internet. So they're getting a little risque. And Mark's probably trying some creepy, sly stuff. And Haley likes the attention because if you're doing what Haley's doing on a regular basis, you're obsessing over other men like me. It's got to be emasculating to the husband that she's giving that attention. And it's also a good sign that she's not getting enough attention from her partner. And when a woman's not getting enough attention from her partner and she starts messaging and talking to other guys from the internet, there's naughty shit going on. So there's rumors out there. I didn't start these rumors that Haley and Mark Turnquist from Hopkins, the guy with the black beard who follows me around to everything I do, that they're fucking each other. Could you imagine how sad that is? Like, hey, we all are obsessed with Aaron, and then you get all horned up and you want to talk dirty to each other. That, I feel like that should be uncomfortable for me. And let me tell you, spoiler alert, it is. I mean, the fact that people are like, let's talk about Aaron, like a guy and a girl are talking about Aaron. Here, this Haley and Mark Turnquist are talking about me. And then they start getting horned up and start horny texting with each other. Jesus Christ, that's fucking disgusting. Guys, figure it out. It's one thing. I can have a great sense of humor about living rent-free in all your heads and causing you guys to seethe all day, and that being your hobby. I get that. But please, and I've never hated you. I don't hate you. I find you guys to be beautiful little playthings for me. But I do have to draw a line. Quit horny texting each other after you talk about me. It makes me fucking uncomfortable. Thank you. That is my public service announcement for today. Hunter with $5 says, I see you're trying to repair that prison weight loss as fast as possible. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate it. $5 from Hunter again. He says, you could not eat like a pig in bed. Or he says, you could just not eat like a pig in bed or in general. He's not wrong. I mean, I'd love to sit here and argue with Hunter all day, but that's just goddamn easy advice to follow. Poignant Pachyderm says, Rocky Dennis cheating hard. Well, yeah, I mean, look, she's not getting enough attention. She finds herself getting attention from also lonely men. And I mean, you're going to start horny texting. Again, there's no problem. If Haley wants to horny text Mark Turnquist from Hopkins behind her husband's back while he doesn't give her enough attention, that is on her. That is fine. I'm not here to be the morality police. I just wish you wouldn't do it while jacking each other off to me. It makes me feel like I've been violated, if we're being honest. All right, let's continue on. We've got a lot to talk about today. We are very, very busy. Couple of quick hitters, then we'll get into the heavy stuff. I'm trying not to be doom and gloom. People are writing me saying, Aaron, why are you so doom and gloom on this economy? You're kind of bumming me out. It's really just that. It's really that I want to see this stuff coming, and I don't want to be caught off guard, and I don't want to be shocked. But I can't keep seeing these signs and then just go, oh, all the media hates Trump and they just want to report the bad news and we're going to be fine. It's just, the MAGA people and their, it's all Trump hate. It's all Trump hate. It's all Trump hate. It gets to be a bit much after a while. What do we have so far? We have Target cutting jobs, car loan delinquencies, Amazon cutting thousands of jobs, UPS cutting thousands of jobs. These are all bad signs about consumer behaviors in the economy. They're all warning signs. They're all bellwethers. This is another one, and you're going to laugh at this because sometimes this restaurant is a punchline. It's a joke. It's, we all have a little laugh at their expense. But Outback Steakhouse is closing a shitload of restaurants. This is something to keep an eye on. All of these things are bellwethers. Individually by themselves, not a huge deal. Businesses adjust. It happens all the time. But when it all starts happening at the same time, it's something to keep an eye on. Outback is shutting down a lot of bloomin' onion factories all over the country, some of them in business for decades. And look, we can all sit here and go, oh, Outback Steakhouse, it's one of those shitty chain restaurants. Yes, it is. But a lot of working class people spend their expendable income at these chain kind of restaurants. Olive Garden, Red Lobster, Outback Steakhouse, Applebee's, places like this. A lot of the places that are closing right now are places that the middle class go to. What else has been happening to the middle class? Property taxes and home values going up, interest rates going up, cost of living increases, inflation. It's all been eating away at their income slowly, and now the little tiny extras are going away. The night out to dinner is going away. Less scrolling on Amazon and putting shit in the cart. Less going to Target and shopping around. All of these things are bad signs. Less shipping things to people via UPS. All of these things are bad signs. I know the Dow looks great. I know the Fed just cut the interest rate, which I don't think is a great idea. It's like the lowest level in 3 or 4 years. So they're basically going back to the rates before inflation went insane. The rate cut, the S&P, the Dow, all of that stuff is going up. Okay, those indicators look good. The actual indicators that show how our consumer class lives, all of these things are starting to throw up massive red flags, and I think it's something we ought to be taking a look at. And I feel bad because I do get people writing to me saying I'm doom and gloom. Vikes fan is going to write in today and tell me I'm wrong and I'm Chicken Little and the sky is falling. But I don't want to be caught off guard again. I had just started working in radio, hadn't even been in radio for 2 years when the 2008 collapse hit. And all the adults around me were like, nobody saw this coming. What the hell's going on? So on and so forth. I don't want to be in that position again. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, Aaron, what can anybody do about it? So great. You know about it. Now what? I don't know. Plan ahead. Save up. Get ready for a rough patch. I'm not sure. All I know is knowing about it makes it a lot less scary if it actually happens. And then if it doesn't happen, if the nose of the plane turns up, if Outback, Target, Amazon, UPS, all these places make the necessary adjustment and we stave off an economic downturn, hell, that would be great. So I really don't think there's any loss in watching this stuff, being concerned, and keeping an eye on it. But every day since I've gotten out of jail, there's another company that's, quote, making adjustments. And they're all using the same language. We're adjusting our model. They're not saying we're making cuts. They're not saying we're, addressing a downturn in revenue, anything like that. They're all just adjusting their models. And again, if it was one place and they said adjusting their models, I'd be like, all right, they're doing a little house cleaning. But it's multiple places that are indicative signs of the consumer economy's health, and they're all saying the same thing. It worries me. That's all I'm saying. So, Outback, closing a lot of restaurants, saying they've got to change the business model. I'm a little concerned. All this, Atomic Ray says, all this America is in danger perspective is a Jew shorting the market to profit off of suffering. Is that what I'm doing? Ray Peacock says, Aaron watched The Big Short in jail. Now he thinks he's Jim Cramer. Wait a minute. No, look, I did watch The Big Short. That's true. But a lot of the stuff that was in The Big Short, I already knew. I was already aware. Come on. See, this is what you guys do. Anytime someone sounds the warning bells and says something bad could be happening, not only do you guys call us crazy, but then you give us an ulterior motive. And you say, oh, what you're really doing is this. And now you're gaslighting us and making us feel crazy. You guys don't want to stop. You don't want to stop the party. You don't want me to rain on the parade. So then you go, Aaron watched The Big Short in jail. Now he thinks he's some kind of hoity-toity financial analyst. I'm just reading tea leaves. I'm not making anything up. I'm just looking at what's happening, putting it all together and going, this doesn't look good. MSO letting us know that adjusting the model is actually code for punching your girlfriend. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know that. Well, now I feel much better. I thought adjusting the model was code for the economy's in the shitter getting the lifeboats. Now it just means that some billionaire has to smack his bitch up. Okay. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, things you never hear. Oh, where'd it go? Things you never hear. Noted economist, radio host, sex pest. Give it up and take a midday shift. See, this is what I mean. You go, hey, guys, I have this information I'd like to share with you. I think it could be indicative of an economic downturn. And they go, oh, yeah, whatever. Would you watch a movie, you queer? And then annoyed Wawa supervisor. Noted economist, radio host, sex pest. Shut up, stupid. I'm trying to help. I'm just trying to say that maybe things are fucking up. That's all. Oh. Clippers unite with $1. I love Clippers Unite. He says, did you have a talk with Johnny after he rolled his eyes on air during your jail story? Johnny loved the jail show. Johnny and I were texting about the jail show. He really enjoyed it. This is kind of what I'm talking about people who need to make certain things up because remember, for these people, they were promised by their gods that the toe would be gone by now. And now that the war's over and they've lost, now they have to justify their existence. I get it. That's why I don't get serious and shit on them or anything. I would hate to live that way. It would suck. So believe me, I'm empathizing with you. Thank you, Clippers Unite. 200 is the number for today. Let's hammer it out. It's our final goal of the week. Let's call it another win for the toe. We're just getting started. 466 of you checking out the Steel Toe. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. And I mean that, guys. Make sure you hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. It is important. We are not the kind of show that they're ever going to push in an algorithm. I do want to see this show grow. Look, do we have an audience most people who hate me would beg to have? Yes. That doesn't mean I'm happy with it. It goes up, it goes down, it settles in the same 600 to 700 every year, whether it's Twitch, whether it's YouTube, Rumble, multi-streaming, whatever. But what I'm going to say is, please hit the thumbs up. Please do anything you can do to help spread the show's growth. I mean, are subs growing every month? Yes. I'd always like to see it grow more. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. That's number one. And then above and beyond after that, if you want to gift some memberships or throw a couple of bucks in, I appreciate it. Former co-host Matt writing in, you live on the outer edge of town. Farmers are in the fields harvesting and kicking up all sorts of stuff. Corn dust kicks my ass every harvest season. Google it. Corn dust and other things during harvest season can cause allergies. Gordy's a good boy. He ain't making you sick. All right. Fair enough. Anonymous chatter with 666 says, hey, audience, the economy is crashing. Now donate to the show. Well, see, I'm an honest guy. I live off of your donations. What I should be doing is I should be telling you, oh, the economy's fine, it's going to be great, blah, 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 blah. But I am a man of such ethic. I am a man of such morality and decency that I tell you, guys, I think we're heading into some weird shit. Contribute if you can, but here's what's up. I'm a noble guy. I'm a noble guy. Thank you very much. What was that? Anonymous chatter. Thank you very, very much for your contributions. 195 is the number for today. Did the goddamn Rumble chat fuck up again? God damn it. Yep. This happened last night too. I don't want to go away from Rumble Studio. I like using Rumble Studio. It spits the number out at me right away. I like that, but yeah, the chat is fucking up. At least for me, this started last night. The chat fucking up. Son of a bitch. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. But if I use Rumble Studio, I can see the whole thing. Oh, after today's show, you can join us for the members only show. I'm going to fire that up right after. We'll watch some shit. We'll have some fun. It'll be all right. Chips and Diff says, Noble, didn't you just get out of prison? I just got out of jail. There's a very, very big difference between getting out of prison and getting out of jail. Thank you. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Matt isn't affected by corn dust. Okay, my Rumble chat's back. Good. Matt isn't affected by corn dust. He just doesn't wear a mask when he's cutting off catalytic converters. You know what? I forgot. Matt cuts off catalytic converters to make his money. I just figured a long time ago, why fight it? Just embrace it. 195 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. $1 from Los Federales. He says, recessions and crashes are necessary. If your business can't survive a recession, then your business was never set up to exceed. Airlines are the biggest offenders in this. You hear that, airlines? You're getting called out by Los Federales. Plan accordingly. All right. Excuse me. I apologize for the sucking and the not the show quality. For the congestion and everything else. My bad. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Not even 7 o'clock yet. You guys are under $200. I appreciate you. Keep it going. 195 away from today. Like I said, like, subscribe, and follow. Boys and girls, one thing's been missing, and I know you've noticed it. I'm really sorry that I that I haven't been giving you what you want as an audience, which I know, and I've been sandbagging you on it, is View clips. You guys have wanted clips from The View since the day I came back. And what have I been giving you in the way of clips from The View? Zero. Nada. Nothing. I have given you zero Whoopi, zero Joy, zero Sonny Hostin. By the way, Sonny and Joy, two of the most ironically named people in American media history. So Whoopi Goldberg was on yesterday commenting on all of this stuff about Comey being indicted, the lady from New York City being indicted, Letitia James, John Bolton. You know, it's amazing. You get to gauge the hatred of Trump that these people have based on how many Republicans they will defend solely based on the fact that Donald Trump is attacking them. It really is fascinating to watch. So like John Bolton before Donald Trump, the left thought of John Bolton as some kind of murderous, bloodthirsty, war hawkish psychopath. And the reason they thought that was because John Bolton is a murderous, psychopathic, bloodthirsty warmonger. It's actually one of the few things they get absolutely right. So this guy who has advocated for every military action we've taken that's killed women and children, civilians, whatever, devastated countries, thrown entire regions into turmoil, they will get that guy's back as long as Donald Trump doesn't like him. This is the ultimate abdication of any moral authority I've ever seen people take. You have a choice. Donald Trump, who says mean things that hurt your feelings, or John Bolton, who has advocated for the massacre of entire civilian populations and gotten his way many times. If you have a choice and you go, you can criticize John Bolton or you can criticize Donald Trump, and you decide, not only am I going to criticize Donald Trump, it's one thing to criticize Trump and then just not talk about John Bolton. But when you're criticizing Trump and defending Bolton, I think it's miles worse. So this is Whoopi Goldberg, unironically, telling us that once a president leaves office or once a politician leaves office, that we ought to just leave him alone. You know, like they did with Donald Trump. I would love to go back and dig up those old clips of The View of Whoopi and Joy and Sonny Hostin talking about all the prosecution of Donald Trump after he left office, because I'm sure that all of them would be against it. Because if there's one thing I've learned from watching clips from The View, these gals are morally consistent. So Whoopi is on one about, hey, and you know, the best part about these people is that they say it all with a straight face, and I think they believe it at the time. Whoopi Goldberg, who cheerleaded every prosecution of Donald Trump after he left office, no matter how petty, says that once people leave office, we ought to forget about them and stop obsessing over them. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you what you've been missing from the toe for a long time, a clip from The View.
It's kind of crazy. You know, I kind of agree with him. If you, instead of investigating a man who's no longer in office, I would like y'all to find out why the U.S. military is striking vessels without verifying who's in them.
Yeah.
I want the government shut down to figure out what's going on, because it's getting ready to be the longest one in history. Mm-hmm. SNAP benefits are about to run out. Soybean farmers in financial crisis, and of course there is the unreleased Epstein files.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I love the world we're living in right now. Democrats want the Epstein files released. Democrats say we shouldn't be prosecuting people after they leave office. It's too good. I love it too much. I mean, like I said, this is my post-jail era is one of my favorite eras. It's teaming up with so many other eras. Nick Fuentes being on every show. The ladies from The View all of a sudden cheerleading the release of the Epstein files, no matter how many of their bosses are going to be on that list. By the way, if they ever did release the Epstein files, especially if it was Trump, these women would be criticizing it to high heaven, because all their producers and all their department heads would be screaming at them that their wives can't know that they're on the Epstein files list. So don't let this newfound cheerleading, it's Halloween, so think of this as a costume. Don't think that any of these people all of a sudden found their conscience and now just want to protect the kids and they give a shit about the Epstein files. It's just another harpoon in their hand that they can hit Trump with. And they should. Look, I actually have wanted them to release the Epstein files from Jump Street. But watching these people do it, it's like being at the zoo. It's like watching the seals perform, and listening to the women on The View say that once somebody leaves office, we ought to leave them alone and not prosecute them. It's amazing to watch people acquire new positions on things as they age. It has nothing to do with who's in office now and who was in office then, and more importantly, who wasn't in office then. So Whoopi Goldberg letting us know, once somebody leaves office, hey, it's time to leave them alone, okay? I want to see what they decide. I want to see what they think once Donald Trump leaves office again. I bet you they'll be all for people going after him again. Most of these bitches are probably on the Epstein list. No, Jeffrey Epstein was not big on the ladies. He liked having the guys in there, Dead Game says, ain't we living in a shit show? It's fun, though. I like when media people behave like tape doesn't exist, like you can't record things. I like when people on The View or people on CNN or people on Fox talk about shit with authority as though we've never recorded any of their previous statements. I really, really like it. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says 1 week in jail, and here comes liberal Aaron Ibenhole. What are you talking about, liberal? I'm going after the ladies on The View. Going after the ladies on The View isn't a liberal thing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Mr. Q says everybody over the age of 60 needs to leave office right now when they can finally release the Epstein files. I mean, you do have some people who are fighting the good fight in there. Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Who's the guy I keep calling Mo Rocca Khan or whatever the fuck his name is? That Democrat. He's trying to get the Epstein files. There are some people who are fighting the good fight, but you're right. I think it's just good practice that anybody who fights the release of the Epstein files is on the Epstein list. That's, in my opinion, that's what we ought to assume. King Kong Dong, do you have a membership or do we need Dong Watch today? Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for the return of the Dong Watch. Oh, boy, I don't think King Kong Dong has a membership. He doesn't have a badge next to him. Let's skip those memberships until King Kong Dong has himself his membership. Jerry Shepardini says The View is straight up rage bait. Well, my man, I think it's only rage bait if you let it outrage you. I think if you watch it for the entertainment it's supposed to be, and you just assume that all of these people are inconsistent, disingenuous, and pushing an agenda, it makes it a lot easier to watch. Aaron, act like those boats aren't verified. Have you seen Google Earth? Imagine what the military has. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of those boats where it's like, those aren't hay bales that they're bombing. I mean, it is nice to see Democrats, though, finally come out and say that they don't like extrajudicial airstrikes that are not authorized by Congress and are just done unilaterally by the president. I mean, would have been nice if they had discovered Jesus on that topic when Barack Obama was firebombing weddings in Yemen. But back when Barack Obama was killing American citizens overseas extrajudiciously without charges, would have been great. But, I guess better late than never. Jim Sharkey gifted a membership by Veldrain. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. There's Veldrain gifting a membership. Very kind of you, buddy. Gray Duckling gifting a membership. All right, guys, this is on YouTube. We are on Dong Watch. Gray Duckling gifting a membership, and that membership goes to Glitched One. Damn it. Glitched One got the membership. All right, guys, keep gifting those memberships on YouTube. We are on Dong Watch, looking to get King Kong Dong his membership back. Dong Watch is back. 190 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you so much. King Kong Dong with $1 on Rumble says, I think we need to change our government age requirements. 25 to 65. You have 40 years to get your shit done if elected, including Supreme Court Justice and the president. I'm okay with both of those. That works for me. Let's do it. 25 to 65. You know what? Can we go 35 to 65? Because when you said you have 40 years to get your shit done, nobody should be in government for 40 years. Let's go 35 to 65, and you got yourself a deal. Hey, you guys, before 7 o'clock, you guys have eclipsed 500, 517. Checking out the toe at the moment. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, especially on YouTube. Let's pump up the YouTube algorithm, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's do it. Let's get up over 600 by 7:30. Let's get to 800 by 8:30. I don't want to go higher than 800 today. Otherwise, it feels phony if we go over 800. All right, keep gifting those memberships. Let's see if we can get the Dong Watch accomplished. I appreciate you. Yeah, people are quibbling over the age, 30 to 60, 35 to 65, 25 to 65. I just see 40 years, like saying, oh, you get 40 years in government. The only thing you can do in 40 years in government is get entrenched, get all that money from the special interests, and become their bitch. If you're in there for like 10 or 15 years, you don't really become the investment that they're looking for. You know, their money doesn't really buy quite as much. You know, if you're in there for 40, you're a good long-term investment, though. All right, Dong Watch is on. I'm going to move on to the next thing. You guys take care of the Dong Watch. We've got a great show coming up today. I'm very excited about it. It is our final regular show of the week. Tomorrow, of course, Rumble Link Friday. I really hope that the Rumble chat situation fixes itself by Rumble Link Friday tomorrow. That is a huge problem. uBlock says 12 years max. 12 years max. Okay. I think, 12 years, you can't give someone enough money in 12 years to buy them. There's not enough time to get a return on your investment in those 12 years. 40 years, that's how you build slaves. 100%. Like, subscribe, and follow. Okay, this next segment is going to bother a couple of you. This is one of those segments we do every once in a while that gives you guys a consistency check. Do you really believe in what you believe? You know, it's easy to have our principles. It's easy to believe what we believe when they're not being tested, you know? When it's kind of the red meat issues. Government shutdown. Yeah, government shut. We love government shutdowns. Fuck the government. All right, a bunch of poor people are going to lose their food stamps. What do you think of that? That's where a lot of people jump off. And they go, oh, that's not good. I don't want people to hurt. Well, I got bad news. You can't fix the problems we have in this country without all of us hurting a little. You don't pay back $35 trillion plus in debt without it either taking forever or people hurting. I also don't know if you can fix $35 trillion in debt and also close the borders. Because it's like any Ponzi scheme. You have to keep money coming in. I mean, remember, the interest payments on our debt are at $1 trillion a year. And it's only going up. Our deficits are $1.8 trillion a year. So we haven't even turned the wheel around yet. I mean, forget getting back to the dock. We haven't even started steering the ship in that direction. So we got a lot of work to do. And I don't know if you can do it without bringing in new blood to pay into the tax coffers. A lot of people believe that's why Republicans and Democrats aren't trying to shut down all immigration and kick out all illegals. Remember, even Trump wants to make exceptions for illegals. You know, farm workers, factory workers, stuff like that. Why? Because he needs them to keep paying into the tax coffers so we can knock down this deficit and then ultimately knock down this debt. Again, you're not going to be able to get everything you want and also fix this big problem. It's unfortunate. So the reason I bring up that is to bring up another consistency check. You know how on Tuesday's show we talked about the guy who dressed up like a Nazi outside that bar? And when he dressed up like a Nazi outside that bar, he ended up hitting some lady in the face because they were all giving him shit. That's kind of a test of your consistency. I personally believe wear whatever Halloween costume you want. Now, if a private business wants to kick you out for the costume you're wearing, two things. One, totally their right. And two, you probably wore a damn good Halloween costume if it got people talking so much they had to kick your ass out of the bar. That's pretty good. So that guy dressed up like a Nazi, like an SS officer. I think it should be allowed. You should be able to wear whatever Halloween costume you want. It's dress up, it's make-believe, it's fake. He's not going to go around the streets getting rallies together, throwing rocks through Jewish, businesses' windows, First of all, Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase have those shatter-resistant windows now, so you're not going to be able to do it even if you wanted to. So on the right, people have generally been pro-Halloween costume. And yes, our country is so political that now Halloween, for the last 15 years or so, Halloween costumes have been a right-left issue. But remember, a long time ago now, the left started kind of policing Halloween costumes culturally. They would write op-eds. They would have, they've literally formed groups over it. My culture is not a costume. The first thing I remember is like Native American costumes were verboten. You couldn't wear the headdress. You couldn't do any of that stuff. That was all racist. That was all wrong. I don't care. I think everybody should be allowed to wear everything. And the most powerful thing you can do is be consistent. Because once you're consistent, they can't call you out for having any holes in your belief system. So if you believe that any Halloween costume goes, every Halloween costume is okay, everybody should be allowed to wear what they want, then you got to be okay with this one. And I understand that for some people, this one's tough. And you can say, well, it's in bad taste. That's okay. When I say every Halloween costume is okay, I mean the ones in bad taste especially. Look, dressing up like an SS officer is in extremely bad taste. But you're having a holiday based on dress up, based on costumes, based on people's creativity. You have to allow it. So now people online have started sharing their Charlie Kirk costumes, where they wear the shirt that says freedom on it, and they have red to represent blood flowing from their neck area and onto their shoulder. Now, is this incredibly tasteless? Absolutely. But one thing they are doing is they are rage baiting you. They are trying to get you to lose your shit so they can go, oh, look, the righties are snowflakes. Oh, look, the conservatives are all a bunch of snowflakes. But they're not. Don't be. There's an easy way to avoid this. When they dress like Charlie Kirk, just go, okay, cool, and wear an Indian headdress. That's the answer. There's that great line, the only answer to offensive speech is more speech. All right, you want to wear a Charlie Kirk costume? First of all, you're being kind of a dick, but that's okay. You want to be a dick, be a dick. Now, the ultimate test of you being an asshole is going to be, now I'm going to wear a costume that you find terribly offensive. And the minute you get offended by that costume, you've lost any argument that you've got in wearing your Charlie Kirk outfit. Now, if they wear a Charlie Kirk costume, you wear a Native American costume, you show up at the same party, and you both go, great costume. That's the world I want to live in. That's ultimately the space I want to occupy in America, is that you both wore offensive costumes. It's only one night. Who gives a shit? Let's move on with our life. But here, now, again, these people are going to test you because they're dicks about it. First of all, ma'am, I don't mean to over-critique, but the problem with your Charlie Kirk costume, you're obese. Charlie, look, I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not saying that to be a bully. I'm saying that simply because Charlie Kirk was in remarkably good shape. Some would say almost Aryan features. And you're kind of a big Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. So you don't look like Charlie Kirk. You look like the guy who mows Charlie Kirk's lawn and is a big fan. Oh, come on, get out of the gym. What are you doing? Oh, you know what? I shouldn't say that. I've always been an advocate of fat people going to the gym and nobody judging. But come on, a little self-awareness. We're not going to film ourselves in the gym. And those dumbbells are purely performative. And so are the things you're holding in your hand. Wearing my Charlie Kirk costume to the gym because that's what he would have wanted. See, like the only way, like everyone thinks that the way we combat this is by getting offended and pissed and calling her names and stuff like that. It's actually quite the opposite. What you're supposed to do with people like this is you're supposed to just go, all right, whatever you want to do, go ahead. Because they don't know what to do with that energy. They want you to get outraged. They want you to get mad. That's why people like Tim Bullinger send in 199 and said, God hates you. I rattle his fucking cage because I won't give him the emotion he wants. I just make fun of him. And secretly, deep down, he likes that and he thanks me for it. This woman, same thing. She wants you to get outraged because that feeds her rage baiting for about 5 minutes before she cries into pudding. Instead, what you do is you go, yeah, that's fine. You have freedom of speech. You can totally wear that costume. Go ahead. And then they don't know what to do with that energy. So then you go back and you wear some kind of fucking Cherokee rain dance outfit. And then you go, what? I let you wear your Charlie Kirk outfit. Take that moral high ground away from them just by being consistent. And guys, the best thing about being consistent doesn't cost you anything. Puts you on the high ground. It's really great. Also, think of the waste of time it is to be offended by someone you don't know and their costume. Think about that. Think about it, getting offended by someone's costume and what that does for you and what the benefit is. To me, there isn't one. Oh, this is awful. I mean, just as a quality of an online post, this is dog shit. I mean, if you're going to wear a shitty Charlie Kirk costume and make fun of a dead guy, at least make it good. Don't put in your fucking Michelle Branch inspirational music video while you lift 5-pound dumbbells. I mean, that's shit on Charlie Kirk a little bit. Like, get after it. What are you doing? Oh, don't do a side profile. Nobody asked for a side profile. That's not, no, stop doing it. Stop moving your entire body. See, now I'm offended. Before I wasn't offended. Now I'm mad. The costume is fine. I'll make a deal with you, sweet cheeks. You promise to never do a side profile and shake like that ever again. I'll let you wear Charlie Kirk's Halloween costume in front of Erica Kirk. I don't give a shit. Just never, and I mean ever, do that again. See what I mean? Getting mad over the Halloween costume stops you from getting mad at her shaking gelatin in your face. Have I made myself clear? Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Kevin O'Connell should be suspended for jeopardizing player safety and players' careers the rest of this year's and half of next year. What's his name? Kevin O'Connell not Kevin O'Connell. Carson Wentz came out yesterday and he said, look, I'm a big boy. I know what I'm getting into when it comes to, going out on the football field, playing hurt. He said, I could have pulled myself out of that game at any time. I think it's silly that anyone would say that Kevin O'Connell should somehow be punished for the Carson Wentz thing. I mean, it's guys. It's football. It's football. I mean, guys are going to play hurt. Guys are going to play beat up. Shit happens. No, we don't need to punish Kevin O'Connell for that. Let's go to King Kong Dong with $1. He says, I wish I know the guy who did the Nazi outfit. I would have dressed as an early 1940s Jew from Poland and go to the party with him. All right, look, when I say don't get offended by Halloween costumes, it doesn't mean see, this is the problem. Now you have to defend every extreme example. And in this case, I said wear whatever costume you want to wear. I didn't say reenact the fucking Holocaust, for God's sake. 532 of you checking in on the show at the moment. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Rumble. Doing great on your way up today. YouTube, pick it up just a little bit. Like, subscribe, follow. Eagle of America says the O-line is at fault, not Kevin O'Connell. Yeah, look, I understand protecting players' safety and stuff like that, but it is still football, you guys. It's still football. Hey, Jerry Shepardini, don't go stealing my my costume idea for this year. Jerry Shepardini says I may go as Larry Jailbird with a Celtics jersey and orange Crocs. No, come on. Larry Jailbird was going to be my Halloween costume. You fucking thief. Kaiju Koshi says this is Royce's routine. That was not. Now, wait a minute. There is a difference between being a big fat lady like she is and being a guy with, significant muscle mass like Royce Lopez. Stop it. Aussie Mark says, you're not consistent, Aaron. Let us hate the Jews, at least on Halloween. There's a difference. I didn't even say you can't hate the Jews. I'm just saying maybe don't reenact the Holocaust with your Halloween costume. Is this a bridge too far? Are we talking past each other? I feel like we might be. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you guys very much. 185 is the number for today. Unbelievable, guys. You're doing great, and I appreciate it. Off to a great start, almost into the 600s already in the first hour here. Thanks a million. We were talking about, The View was talking about the strikes on the drug boats a little bit earlier this morning, about a half hour ago or so. I know I'm supposed to be like a kid playing G.I. Joe in the living room, and I'm supposed to be like, yeah, cool, fucking bomb the shit out of those drug boats. But I'm struggling with it because on one hand, so many presidents in my lifetime have, it went from presidents would abuse the War Powers Act and not follow, getting congressional approval to attack other countries. It went so far past that they don't even respect the War Powers Act anymore. I mean, they don't, because the War Powers Act is supposed to be, you take a military action against a country and you have 90 days to ask Congress for approval. Now the president and no matter what party it is, starting with kind of Obama, I think, now the president takes these Predator drones and makes them his own personal RC car toys. I mean, it's like the War Powers Act doesn't even exist anymore. So the Trump administration, Pete Hegseth, and the Pentagon have been bombing these drug boats off the coast of Venezuela. They go out to, you would assume, traffic drugs to the United States, and we light them up. We hit them with JDAMs or Hellfire missiles or whatever the fuck we fire at them. We shoot them. They go up into flames. If they are drug boats, it's pretty fucking fun to watch. It's pretty cool to look at. It's, it's kind of remarkable. But also, the concerns I have about this are twofold. One, we're just giving the president the ultimate authority to decide that's a drug boat, bomb it. I mean, what happens if these aren't drug boats? What happens if one of them isn't drug boats? I'll tell you what we do. We go, oh, well, oopsie, I guess we got that one wrong. And we move on. There's no consequence for it. So forgive me for having conspiratorial brain. But what's to stop a president one day from going, that American citizen is a terrorist or a drug trafficker, because that's what they've done. They've said the drug traffickers, the cartel people are terrorists. They're international terrorists. And in America, international terrorists can be bombed overseas. They're unlawful enemy combatants. Thank you, Bush administration and the Patriot Act. So what's to stop some president someday from using that rationale to bomb somebody who's rabble-rousing or exercising their First Amendment right? This is why I don't like this stuff. A lot of you look at this stuff for what it is, and you go, come on, Aaron, it's fine. I look at it, take it to its worst possible outcome, and go, then let's not do it. You know, there's that Ben Affleck line in the Batman v Superman movie where he goes, if we think there's even a 1% chance he might do something evil, we have to take it as an absolute certainty. I kind of wish our government would behave that way. You know, if we think there's a 1% chance that some president somewhere down the line might use these, let's just call them lax allowances to attack American citizens, then we have to take it as an absolute certainty and shut that practice down. For example, Barack Obama bombed Anwar al-Awlaki with a Predator drone, a United States citizen, never brought him up on charges. And what was his crime? He was preaching radical Islam. That's it. He wasn't making bombs. He wasn't bombing anybody. He had never killed anybody. He was preaching a radical form of Islam in Yemen. So Barack Obama authorized a drone strike that killed him and his son. So it's not like we have to sit here and play a hypothetical game that what if this was ever used on American citizens? It has been. So I'm torn. You guys can help me. We'll go to the chat after this segment. On one hand, I think it's great that we're doing something to fight back against these cartels and the drug traffickers. I do think drugs are a scourge. I think they've been terrible for our culture. However, I don't know if extrajudiciously, under the president's sole authority, firebombing boats in the Caribbean is the precedent we should set. This next guy we're about to watch, I believe he's a Democratic congressman. I like him. This guy raises the question that I've been raising on these Venezuelan boat strikes for a couple of weeks now.
No, it's not. And Senator Graham could not be more wrong, and it's beneath him to say what he just said. He knows, as well as I do, that there is no legal authorization for these strikes. There isn't. There is a purported memo inside the White House articulating the legal basis for these strikes, which has not been shared with the Congress. Now, I wonder why it hasn't been shared with the Congress, because I bet if it exists, that it's nonsense. And look, if...
By the way, if it's foreign policy, finding yourself on the opposite side of Lindsey Graham is usually a good thing. Lindsey Graham has not seen a human being that he hasn't wanted to bomb. I don't know if he gets a body count bonus from Raytheon and Boeing every year, but Lindsey Graham loves the United States military taking action against foreign targets. I mean, I swear to God, I don't know if the guy's ever said no. And I got to give him credit for that, because like even when it was a Democrat doing it, he was all on board for bombings. He's very bipartisan when it comes to killing brown people extrajudiciously or killing poor people extrajudiciously. Lindsey Graham loves that part of the job, and he'll be consistent on it.
Lindsey Graham and other Republicans want to go the route of saying it's okay to kill people illegally, just so long as the American public supports it.
Right.
The American public needs to really think that through. You know, there will be a Democratic president someday, and all my MAGA friends who are, cheering on these illegal killings need to imagine who gets killed when President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says that it doesn't matter what the law says. She's going to do what she's going to do.
Now clearly, like I said, those aren't hay bales. I mean, that is probably cocaine or fentanyl or whatever. But I just want to break down what he said there for a second. It's very weird, and I think it's indicative of where Democrats are at right now. This guy, in order to attack President Trump, and I understand he's trying to make the argument so that a Republican will buy it. I get it. By the way, it's Representative Jim Himes from Connecticut, if you're wondering. But I love that the argument is, hey, who do you think President AOC is going to bomb when she's president? Like, basically he's saying, you know us Democrats, we're going to try and kill all you motherfuckers when we get in there. But I understand the point he's making. I just think it's funny that it's kind of indicative of the position that Democrats are in right now, because Trump's not exactly lighting the world on fire, but people really hate Democrats right now. And the only defense he can muster is like, hey, you know that because he's the Democrat. These are people on his quote unquote team. Hey, you know that crazy bitch Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? You know when she gets in there, she's going to kill all you Wahoo Second Amendment hillbillies. Is that going to be okay? It's kind of a weird defense, but I kind of appreciate the fact that he's making it. And by the way, I do agree with him. I've been saying this from the first boat they bombed. I'm like, look, I can have two minds of this. I can say, hey, man, it's great that we're doing something about drug trafficking. At the same time, I can have reservations in my mind saying, look, there's going to come a day where a president's going to want to use this authority in a way that I don't support. And I think the best way to stop that is to prevent someone I do support from using it in a way I do support, because it may fall into the wrong hands. But we don't think that way in this country. Look what the Democrats did to themselves on the Supreme Court. Years ago, in order to get Barack Obama's Supreme Court appointees passed, they enacted the nuclear option, which was you don't need 60 votes in order to approve these people. You can kill the filibuster with the nuclear option. You can have an up or down 51-49 vote. And Donald Trump used that time and time again to get his Supreme Court nominees approved. And now Democrats are complaining that for the next 30 years, we're going to have a conservative Trump MAGA Supreme Court. So you would think that we would learn these lessons, that the other side always gets their shit used against them. There are no successful shortcuts. It always gets used against you, but here we are again.
So look, I work here, so I understand the complete abnegation of principle and a complete thumbing of the nose at the rule of law, but I would hope that people like Lindsey Graham might not go that path, because it's a very, very dangerous path for this country to go down.
I like that guy. I don't care about the D next to his name or an R next to his name. On this issue, because I've never heard of this guy before this, on this issue, I really like this Jim Himes, because he's one of the only guys, Democrat or Republican, that I've heard come out and say, hey, man, maybe we should think of this from the perspective of what's going to happen when somebody you don't like wields this authority. Kaju Kaish, God, I always fuck up his name. Kaiju Koshi says AOC and Swalwell and the rest of the ex-CIA were all elected at the same time. Isn't that weird? Well, I mean, you could say the same about a lot of the Tea Party people, though, too. You know? Landers says the rule of law is we are America and we do what the fuck we want to defend our borders. Stop being a faggot. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm sitting here and I'm going, guys, I really worry about the moral stand of this whole thing. And my audience goes, shut up, you queer. And then I cry for my country and I worry. I should really stop worrying. That should be a very liberating comment for me. When someone goes, shut up, faggot, we're doing what we can to defend our borders. I should go, Aaron, why are you worried? It's over. It's over. This is the road we're going down until the end of time. Don't worry about it. You know what? Veldrain, you're right. I should just shut my mouth. It's over. This fight isn't going to be won. King Kong Dong with $5 says Ruth Bader Ginsburg did that to themselves thinking Hillary was going to win. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it was Obama who was imploring Ruth Bader Ginsburg to retire. Ruth Bader, all of the Democrats before the election were telling Ruth Bader Ginsburg, you got to get out of there. You got to leave. We can't leave this to chance that Trump wins. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was so sure that Hillary was going to win the election that she didn't bother retiring. Then Trump gets in office. She died first. And then check me if I'm wrong here. She died. They tried to put Merrick Garland in there, and the Republicans held it up until after the election, and then Trump got to go in there. And he appointed, come on, Aaron, you can do this, don't fail civics, Neil Gorsuch. right? Trump went Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. Or did he go Coney Barrett? It would make sense if Trump appointed a woman to replace a woman. I think it might have been Amy Coney Barrett first. Who replaced RBG on the Supreme Court? Amy Coney Barrett. Okay. So, wait, Gorsuch was a Bush guy then? He's been around that long? Oh, no, that was a Donald Trump guy. Soon after taking office, President Trump. Oh, Gorsuch replaced Scalia. So Scalia died in April of 2016. The Republicans, so the Republicans held up the Scalia nomination for over a year. That is when they tried to put Merrick Garland in the Supreme Court. When Antonin Scalia died, wow, the Republicans held out for a year. Holy shit. And I think they had the majority. That's why they were able to do it. So it was Neil Gorsuch nominated for Scalia. Amy Coney Barrett nominated for Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Who did Kavanaugh replace? Kennedy? Was it... Kennedy! Who did Kavanaugh? I think it was Justice Kennedy. Yeah, replaced Justice Anthony Kennedy on the Supreme Court in 2018. Okay. But yeah, I mean, all of that stuff, any trick, any shortcut that you use to get your shit done is going to be used against you. Matthew Q with $2 says, it really bothers me sometimes. How much do people know about international stuff? The USS Minneapolis St. Paul is an attack submarine that's down there helping out with all the trouble in Venezuela, along with many other brave Navy members. Really? The USS Minneapolis St. Paul. I thought that would have been a Somali battleship by now. Tall Mountain says, Aaron, Haley said your hair looks good now. My standards are a little different. See, the minute Haley thinks anything on me looks good, I want to shave it off immediately. That's what Haley doesn't understand. There's a saying, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. And I would say this, Haley being nice to me is the only way she's going to get a W over me. I mean, otherwise, we set her off. We trigger the shit out of her. She goes off on Twitter rants about me all the time. She doesn't have a very good sense of humor at all. We're just fucking with her constantly, and she takes it so seriously. That would be a brilliant move on her part. Compliment me, say nice things. I promise you it will drive me insane. I will take L after L after L head to head. If you start being nice to me, it's going to drive me fucking nuts. Dante says, word is Trump shit his pants in front of the Prime Minister of Japan. What is it with everybody shitting and puking when they meet the Prime Minister of Japan? Is it like a Fukushima, Hiroshima, Nagasaki thing? Is it because, like, remember George H.W. Bush back in the day puked all over the Prime Minister of Japan? Or did he puke on the Prime Minister or the Emperor? One of the two. And now Trump is shitting his pants. They used to say that Biden would shit his pants all the time. What is it with everybody and their bodily functions around Japanese leaders? Switchblade Proper says, Aaron, the Dems haven't worried about decorum rules, doing things the right way for years. The right have been suckers, being the only ones playing by the rules. Hey, man, I don't disagree with you whatsoever. In fact, I agree with you vigorously. I'm just saying for the rest of us, it's not necessarily a good thing. Coltrane says we dodged a bullet keeping Merrick Garland out. You know, it always worries me, like it not worries me, but it just kind of confirms the New World Order Illuminati shit. When a guy like Merrick Garland comes back around to something, you know, like Merrick Garland, a guy you'd never heard of before, all of a sudden, yeah, we got to make him a Supreme Court justice. And then that gets shot down and like, okay, no Merrick Garland. Then Joe Biden becomes president and right away, who's the attorney general? Merrick Garland. Like he's supposed to be in something because he did a favor somewhere down the line. That always That always weirds me out. T. Jefferson says it was the prime minister that H.W. Bush puked on. Okay. Landers says our media is full of, I'm quoting him now, fucking cum-guzzling queers. It's hard to take anything they say with any certainty whatsoever. Sam Show says the right just turns into the left. I mean, what's that line? Conservatism is progressivism driving the speed limit. Yeah. Dante says, hey, I'd love to have a young man in office. Someone in their 60s. Sad but true. Sad but true. Aussie Mark says years of being sodomized destroyed your ass. Then at 80, you shit your pants all the time. Is that what happened to George H.W. Bush? He was just getting sodomized all the time and then, okay. See, thank you guys. See, if I didn't have you guys to inform me of this stuff, I would have no idea. 556 checking out the toe right now. Numbers lacking a little this morning, but all you have to do is hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's load up that Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Because we are on Dong Watch. We do have Dong Watch going right now. We're trying to get King Kong Dong his membership. Silver Wolf with $10 says USS Minneapolis St. Paul was decommissioned back in 2007 and cut down. Part of it is at Camp Ripley. Dude might be thinking the combat ship. The sub is decommissioned. Huh. All right. I didn't know that the USS Minneapolis St. So wait, the USS Minneapolis St. Paul. So Minnesota is so shit on by the rest of the country that we get, like, even when we get a ship named after us, the ship still has to be both cities. We don't get one for Minneapolis and one for St. Paul. We just get son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I do think my Rumble chat is back in just the Rumble part, but when I pop it out, it doesn't work. That is very troubling to me. I hope that gets fixed up by Rumble Friday tomorrow. Hey, boys and girls, thank you very much. 170 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Those 5s and 10s at a time are looking good. The gifted memberships are awesome too. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, PayPal, Venmo. Love it. Appreciate it. We're just 170 away from perfection today. Keep it going. Well, speaking of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Governor Walz has decided since he's running for a third term, we should probably do something about all this fraud. I mean, I don't want the guy to pull a muscle sprinting to the damn thing or anything. I mean, we've only had, let's see, a daycare scandal, a Feeding Our Future scandal, 2 Medicaid scandals, an EBT scandal. I mean, we've only found literally thousands of incidents of fraud in in Minnesota. And wouldn't you know, a lot of this fraud seems to be taking place from our new friends from East Africa. You ever notice that when you watch the news in Minnesota and they tell you that 7 people were indicted for Medicaid fraud or Feeding Our Future fraud, you know, a lot of those news organizations, they don't bother reading off the names of the people indicted. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I've seen the names myself. They might just be doing it because they're very hard to pronounce. But nobody's talking about that part. Nobody wants to discuss that part because I think they know it leads to a larger conversation of, are we really getting a net benefit out of this refugee relocation thing? Well, Governor Walz has finally decided to do a Minnesota fraud review. He's ordering a third-party audit of Medicaid billing at the Department of Health and Human Services here in Minnesota. This is the troubling part. Couple of things. One, we're just getting on this now when it's literally been going on his entire 8 years as governor. Number 2, we never caught any of this fraud. This was not a Minnesota thing. The FBI and the federal prosecutors had to catch all this fraud. It was happening under our nose in Minnesota because there were empty daycares and they were turning in full rosters. There were empty restaurants and they were telling the government they were serving 4,000 poor people a day, free meals. You know, they were buying up EBT at 50 cents on the dollar and the stores were turning it into the federal government and getting cash. So Minnesota never caught this. The federal government had to catch this, and we're running up tabs in the billions now that we've taken away from the taxpayers. So now I'm terrified because Governor Walz is finally saying, hey, after like 5 or 6 scandals where people are being thrown in prison and Minnesota's a laughingstock, I might have to throw the Somalis under the bus. Even though Democrats probably couldn't win elections without them here in Minnesota, I'm going to throw the Somalis under the bus and we're going to audit Medicaid billing at DHS. I am really worried about what they're going to find because the federal government barely scratching the surface, and they've said that we've barely scratched the surface. They're finding billions of dollars in fraud. When Minnesota actually decides to wake the hell up and look into this thing, how bad is it going to be? Now, remember, Governor Walz is not ordering a department-wide audit at DHS. This is just the Medicaid billing. And the reason I think he's doing this is because he knows that if he makes a third-party department-wide audit at DHS, the damage done is going to be uncontrollable and he's finished. If he does it just with the Medicaid billing, he can look like he's doing something. He can look like he's trying to stop the fraud, but the results won't look so bad. And he can, you know, next election time, he can, a year from now, he can go, look, I looked into it. I did my job. You know who is conspicuously absent in all this? Our Attorney General, Keith Ellison. You know, this guy will show up at the front door of bars during COVID to shut them down for daring to try and open their doors and make a buck during COVID. But when it comes to Somalis ripping off our fucking taxpayers left and right, this guy's too busy going to dinner with them to actually do anything about it. So Keith Ellison, who wants to run for Attorney General again, and if Minnesota votes for him again, we get what we deserve. He's not looking into this at all. The federal government had to step in and look into it. And now Governor Walz is the one who's doing the audit. I mean, Keith Ellison, essentially useless, if you ask me. Let's go into this. Here's some details on the Medicaid fraud scheme. Going now, this I don't think this is the first Medicaid fraud scheme, which was people with like MS and other disabilities. These Somali companies were saying, yeah, we're getting them Ubers and we're giving them rides places. And then they turned that into the government and it turns out they weren't doing anything. This is a different one. This is an autism Medicaid scandal. So if you're not aware, in the Somali community here in Minnesota, there are alarming rates of autism. Let's take a look.
You know, in news organizations, we're kind of doing it, you know, as it drip, drip, drip comes along. But I really wanted to have you look at the big picture of this latest fraud scheme and what's happening. So just to, if you don't mind, I'll just set it up super quickly here. Let's see. So it has to do with a Minnesota healthcare program that was meant to help people on the autism spectrum. And this was discovered actually during the investigation into Feeding Our Future. And then yesterday we saw our first charges. So
you understand that this means that we have a Russian doll fraud system in Minnesota. We were looking into another fraud thing and we found a different department fraud thing. So when we uncovered the giant doll, we found a smaller doll inside of it. And how much do you want to bet that when you look into that one? Because here's what they're doing. If you don't know, if you're wondering, Aaron, why are you guys looking into a food program and you're finding autism services scams? They shouldn't be related. What's happening is these companies that are run by these Somali immigrants, they're creating shell companies that provide services for, basically these companies are not set up as like a legit company that then starts doing this Medicaid fraud. They're set up as fraud companies from the very beginning. What the Somalis are doing is they're finding the services that Medicaid and the government provide, and then setting up businesses that claim to offer that service. So you can bet your ass, and this is why Governor Walz doesn't want to do a department-wide search of this, because it's going to show that every single piece of our social safety net is corrupted with fraud. So a Somali will set up a business, and it's a Feeding Our Future business. And then he'll incorporate another business underneath that that's an autism services business. And then he'll set up another one underneath that that's a daycare service, and another one that provides services for disabled people. Basically what they do is they target these Medicaid programs, and they set up different businesses, and they make the headquarters of those businesses some really cheap abandoned warehouse or commercial outlet building that they rent for pennies on the dollar because nobody's in it. It's abandoned. And then that's their headquarters. That's the mailing address. And then all they do is file these fraudulent invoices. So any fraud scheme you look into in Minnesota will inherently uncover another fraud scheme. It's remarkably elaborate.
28-year-old woman, $14 million in a wire fraud charge, and the U.S. attorney saying this is really just the tip of the iceberg. So comparing this to Feeding Our Future, as we're sitting around talking at the kitchen table with our family, do I say this is even bigger, has the potential to be even bigger, or how does it
I don't
compare?
think we know yet. I mean, so what I have been doing is looking at the money allocated by the state budget that went into these programs, and then saying, well, how much was fraud? How much did fraud cost those programs?
I have to tell you something about Blois Olson. I follow Blois Olson on Twitter. I don't think Blois Olson is a bad guy, but Blois Olson has a hard time hiding his bias. He's a very liberal dude. He's one of these really liberal guys who goes, I just try to look at it from both sides. I just try to break it down factually. And he doesn't understand what his bias is sometimes. You saw her asking, does this go deeper than this? And he looked up at the sky and said, well, we don't really know. We know. We know because every time they look into this, the shit gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And the federal prosecutor has already said that this is the tip of the iceberg, that there's going to be a lot more. He keeps using the term so far. We've indicted this many people so far. So Blois Olson going, well, we don't really know. Yeah, you do. You know.
So in the autism program, Feeding Our Future was over $400 million. There's not $400 million in the autism program. So I don't think it could be as big, but there could be more people. There could be some connections to the same people. This woman was part of Feeding Our Future fraud. Then they discovered the autism fraud. And this is in addition to the housing stabilization fraud.
Yes, that's the
8
MS
people
one.
were charged last week. And so you start to look at this whole picture, and it all comes back to the state government, the administration from DHS, and providers and HMOs who have to. So if somebody suspects fraud and they're the administrator of the program, they have to tell the Department of Human Services. They have to then do an investigation. They then have to turn the findings of that investigation back to the state, and then the state says whether or not you can cut somebody off.
So no, we haven't done any of that, by the way. Everything that's been uncovered in these scandals has been by federal prosecutors, federal investigators. The state of Minnesota has done 2 things, jack and shit, when it comes to any of this fraud. So when he's laying out this elaborate process, and by the way, these are all excuses he's making for Tim Walz because he likes Tim Walz. Well, you see, the HMOs, they have to report to this, and the knee bone's connected to the foot bone, and the foot bone's connected. None of this has been done. It's not like, oh, we were just in the process of this, and then here come the feds to bust the whole thing down. We were that close. We haven't lifted a finger on any of this stuff because we have a Democratic administration. This would be like if the Bush administration were to go after Halliburton fraud. Never going to happen because it's their boys. All right? They protect their own. This is Walz and the Democrats protecting their own. Keith Ellison, our attorney general, has gone to multiple fundraising events with people indicted in the Feeding Our Future scandal. They're connected. Not saying that he's doing the fraud, but he knows these people. So I don't have any faith in any audit that Tim Walz is putting forward. To me, it just comes off as damage control. And like I said, I explained it to you before Blois Olson said it. these people are setting up businesses and committing fraud it's a lot of it's the same people in each fraud scheme because they know where the taxpayer money is and they just keep setting up shell companies to say they're providing those services.
And there can be months and months of that. I represent UCare. I have for 10 years. And I was saying to them, they've had some of these cases where they flag it, they do their investigation, but it can take 3 or 4 months to get an investigation done, and then 3 or 4 months to make the determination of whether or not you're going to cut somebody off. And so
this has been going on since around COVID, and you're saying that it's going to take 6 to 8 months to uncover this shit. So what have we been doing? I'll be gracious, the last 3 years.
And so there are certain requirements when you look into it that take a certain amount of time. People I talk to are like, how are we not just freezing all these programs before we figure it out? Yeah. There's some legal contracts that the state has to consider.
Does this guy sound like does this guy just sound like he's making excuses for this? Sounds like a government bootlicker trying to make as many excuses for the state as possible.
But it doesn't.
It's embarrassing.
Common sense would say, oh, just fix this. It's easy to fix. And it's not as easy to fix as it probably should be.
What does the internal auditing system look like for these programs?
Right.
It's some guy wearing one of those spinny helicopter hats drooling on the carpet. That's what our auditing system looks like for these programs, clearly.
You know?
So I think that is the big political debate at the legislature is, shouldn't there be somebody independent looking at these? I'm going to say something I haven't really said.
What, that you think that people should actually be held responsible and you're going to stop fucking gatekeeping?
Before that is the quiet part people are talking about. There are state employees who run these programs like it's their own program. The legislative auditor said state employees have to stop viewing this as their duty to hand out money and start looking at themselves as regulators determining whether or not people are qualified for money.
That's interesting. That is let me tell you something. That is a very Midwestern and Minnesota concept. The idea that these people who run these welfare programs go, oh, well, if somebody files a claim, I have to find a way to get them their money as quickly as possible. It's like, motherfucker, you've got authority. You're in charge here. You can look into this. It's a very Minnesota thing. People who are in charge of shit feeling bad if they don't give the handout. So when you have people that are taking in your tax dollars and they feel like it's incumbent on them anytime someone files a claim to just hand out your money, that's a big problem.
And we haven't seemed to have gotten a grasp on that, which Joe Thompson, the acting U.S. attorney, has said. This is cultural within state government.
Oh, it's cultural, all right. I don't know if it's cultural within state government, but all of this fraud has been very, very cultural. I feel very diverse. I feel like we're very DEI in our fraud.
And that's one of the challenges, I think, that they just haven't been able to clamp down on.
So, and just really quickly, because I thought this was fascinating, the state auditor doesn't actually audit the state.
Correct.
The legislative auditor audits these state programs. But so I guess when we talk about this under, Governor Walz.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to a deep blue state run by a bunch of liberals. This is what it looks like. Just when you think I'm going libto on you, just when you guys think I went into the joint and I came out a changed man, oh no, I still live in a deep blue state run by a bunch of liberals who think government's great, and when they get a suggestion for money, they just write out a fucking blank check to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who says, oh yeah, I pushed that guy's wheelchair down the ramp. Aren't I a good guy? Give me $1 million.
On his watch, we know he's running for a third term. How much damage, if any, does this do to his
It should
campaign?
do total damage.
I think the reality is we don't know. One of the things that we haven't had.
By the way, he just looked up at the sky again. Let's do something. Let's see if every time Blois Olson looks up at the sky, he's about to make an excuse for a Democrat, because that's what he did the first time. Now she's asked him, how's this going to hurt your boy Tim Walz? Because Blois Olson likes Tim Walz. How's this going to hurt your boy Tim Walz? Watch him look up at the sky and then go, well, we don't really know yet. It might be fine. He might.
in the last couple of governor's races is we haven't had an issue that lingered. We were coming out of COVID, schools, that was the 2022 race, but then we had the Dobbs decision from the Supreme Court, and that was a quick issue that changed the mindset of the electorate. In 2018, when Governor Walz ran in an open seat, it was kind of, he versus Jeff Johnson, won Minnesota versus, a more conservative state. This fraud issue is likely to linger, and we have 14 months left. So if it lingers for 14 months, it may be one of those things that Governor Walz can't get out from under.
Okay.
Or there's going to have to be so much change within state government that people really feel like there's a plan going forward. And we're going to...
I personally, look, I've lived here my whole life. I think Minnesotans are set in their ways. I think you've got Democrats, you've got Republicans, and then you have a sliver of people in the middle. And those Democrats are not going to abandon Tim Walz. Minnesota Scandinavian Democrats are dyed-in-the-wool, deep blue DFLers. Okay? They're not going to abandon Tim Walz. Plus, the Republicans in Minnesota have this nasty habit of nominating retarded people who don't know how to take advantage of anything they may have an edge on. So, will this hurt Tim Walz? I'll say this, it hurts him with me, but I already didn't like the guy. I'm worried that what's going to happen is this is going to be too in the weeds. This is going to be too much reading for a lot of people. And they're just going to, the people who are going to be mad about this are people who already hate Tim Walz. And the people who are going to let this slide off their backs are going to already be Tim Walz supporters. I don't know if, because this is like some really nerdy numbers shit. I don't know if this is enough to make Democrats go, ooh, I don't like Tim Walz anymore. Because Tim Walz, you got to understand, when people want a guy in there, all they need from their guy is an excuse to look the other way. If Tim Walz can give them an excuse to look the other way, the Ronald Reagan, well, rules were broken, bad things were done, but I didn't know about it. It wasn't my responsibility. That'll work for a lot of people. But the fact that they're finding fraud inside of fraud when they look into other fraud shows you that this thing is not anywhere near over, that we haven't even scratched the surface yet, and there's going to be a lot more coming. A lot more coming. Look, I personally think that if Tim Walz does run for a third term, I think he's going to get it. I think he's going to get it. Dante says 400 million pennies compared to what we send Israel. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. It's kind of yes, but kind of no. I mean, $400 million for the federal government. Yeah, a drop in the bucket. But $400 million for a state government, that's a chunk of change. Some Italian guy says the issue is minorities and women run the programs. Well, look, yeah, I mean, it's all been Somalis running these programs. But the thing is that a lot of it is the Democrats who are in charge of our government, they don't want to bust them because those are their supporters. 592 is the number for today that Rumble Studios spitting out at us. Thank you very, very much. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. 596 is the number. Let's keep that number going up. That means thumbs up. That means share. That means like. Let's do it all. YouTube is behind today. Rumble dragging ass a little bit. We're having a bit of a soft Thursday. We also need you guys throwing in. We got to hit that last goal. Von Head Rex with $2 says, go visit your county registrar and see what they do. Yeah, I mean, if anything, right? Coltrane with $1 says the third-party investigator will be run by a guy named Habibi Bubblehead Muhammad or someone named Tommy Walz that's clearly trans. And Fauci's Pangolin with $1 says lefty view. All right, we are 170 away from today's goal, and we are also on Dong Watch. Yes, we're trying to get King Kong Dong his YouTube membership. So get that dong watch going, boys and girls. George F. on YouTube says Walz is a lying yellow bastard. Tim Walz is the most transparent political creature of survival you'll ever see. There's no flash and flare to him. There's no sizzle. There's no hiding. He's just kind of a clammy, sweaty political hack. But in Minnesota, that works because all he says is, "Oh, shucks, I was a teacher. Aren't teachers just the best? Come on, would I lie to you guys or manipulate you in any way? I was a teacher, you know." And in Minnesota, it's just, you know. In Minnesota, that kind of shit just works. Kaiju Koshi says, we've been enduring DHS hoaxes for 3 years. Yeah, I mean, this is not a new thing. This could have been caught anytime they wanted to. Unfortunately, the appetite isn't there because, like I said, it would put it this way. It would be like Donald Trump standing up to Israel or George W. Bush, well, I guess standing up to Israel, or Barack Obama standing up to Israel. No, but it would be like George W. Bush going after the oil companies. It's not going to happen. That's what they call his base. All right, a lot of people are talking about the pending loss of EBT, the pending loss of food stamps, the pending loss of all of these aid programs. It's not looking good. It looks like we're heading that way. And, oh, by the way, thank you for the likes and the subscribes and the follows. 616, you guys jumped it up by about 30 people in no time. Keep hitting thumbs up. Keep it going. YouTube, keep climbing. You're the one kind of bringing up the rear here. Like, subscribe, follow. 617 is the number this morning. Throw a couple of bucks in. Throw a couple of gifted memberships. Well, watch the Rumble gifted memberships because those aren't registering right now. YouTube gifted memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, links are in the chat. Go ahead and hammer it out. Conditioner on my D says, yes, Minnesotans are idiots. You literally live in the shittiest climate with Africans. Sorry. You know what? We'll work on it. So there's a new trend that's created a new account on Twitter called EBT of TikTok. So you have like libs of TikTok, and that monitors like crazy liberals. Oh, by the way, let me go on record by saying libs of TikTok, I'm not cool with libs of TikTok. You can tell that that's a Jewish lady who used to be a liberal and became conservative later in life because she's still got a lot of like Jewish liberal shit about her. What's her name? Chaya Raichik runs Libs of TikTok, and she is nothing more than a cancel culture conservative. I don't like her. I don't like what she does. She's a tattletale. She's pro-cancel culture. She's like, here's someone who's doing something I don't like. Here's their job's phone number. Let's try to get them fired. It's like, didn't we spend like the last 10 years saying that was bad and, you know, stopping people from doing that? That's her thing. I don't like her. She's a tattletale cancel culture person, and I guarantee if you looked at Chaya Raichik's political history, there was a good spell of her adulthood where she was a lefty because she's got a lot of that vibe to her. But a lot of people are creating their blank of TikTok thing because it works so well for her. One of the things that's becoming more popular now is EBT of TikTok. And it's tracking people's social media posts and TikTok videos of them complaining that their benefits are going to run out. Now, this is very odd because on one hand, these are people that have become accustomed to the government paying for their food. So naturally, that going away is very scary. I mean, I understand that. I get that. I don't think they're bad for that. But on the other hand, there is an entitlement that I think is like people like me. It's our criticism of government programs, that it's learned dependency, and then you feel entitled to it, even though you're taking other people's hard-earned money and buying your food for free with it. I don't like that. So the idea of them having a fucking attitude about it and yelling at us about it and bitching to the internet about it really pisses me off because we're the ones who have been feeding you for all of these years. It's that what have you done for me lately attitude after someone's been carrying you the entire time. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. So this is what EBT of TikTok has come up with. I've got about a dozen of these. If you want to take a look, this is kind of the big story in the United States right now. Food stamp benefits are about to wear out because of the government shutdown. The Republicans want to blame the Democrats. So they don't want to end this government shutdown because they think it'll continue to hurt their opponents. The Democrats are worried that a bunch of subsidies for health insurance and a bunch of things like food stamps and this and that and health care for poor people will be taken away if they vote yes on the Republican bill to fund the government. You might say, Aaron, I thought there were more Republicans than Democrats in your guys' Senate. Why don't they just get it done? To pass a funding bill, you need 60 yes votes. And I think the last vote they took this week, it was like 54 or 55. So it failed. So now people are going on TikTok and they're voicing their frustration about how bad the rest of us are, that we don't give a shit about them and them losing their EBT, even though, we're still paying our taxes. It ain't like we're getting a break. It ain't like you guys lose your food stamps and they send us a check in the mail. This is the shittiest part about the government shutdown. All of these federal government workers are getting furloughed. All of these food stamps are getting suspended. Meanwhile, you and I still have to pay. Today's payday for me. If I were to look at my direct deposit, the slip, I would see all my taxes still the same. It ain't like the federal government's going, oh, well, we're shut down. We're not going to take any of your money. Oh, no, they're still going to take the money. So here's EBT of TikTok. You know, when they call welfare programs entitlement programs and you talk about a culture of learned dependency, unfortunately, I think this is the result.
Y'all may call me cold-hearted for this, but if I knew this was the situation that my children were going to have to grow up in, I would have aborted them as soon as I found out I was pregnant.
Jeez. I mean, I'm sorry to say it, but sometimes you're in the position you're in because of your character. And to me, if losing your government taxpayer-funded food benefits causes you to go, I would have killed my children in my belly if I would have known I wasn't going to get free shit. By the way, I mean, one of the biggest problems, you can cut every government program you want to. You can blame the government for absolutely everything, and I strongly encourage you to. But if you don't have these worthless pieces of shit, if you don't stop them from having kids out of wedlock when they ain't even working and they don't have any money and no way to pay for kids, we're never going to solve this problem. I mean, I hate the government. I would love it if every problem could be solved by just getting government out of it. But the fact of the matter is, if you want to have a free country and democracy, republic, whatever, you need a certain baseline level of intelligence and responsibility out of your people. And in our modern culture now, we ain't got it. And of course, she's got kids she can't pay for and she's on food stamps. Anybody else want to make some assumptions about, I mean, I could make some assumptions too, and I'd probably be right, but I'd probably also get called names. If I would have known that they weren't going to give me free food and free money just for me squirting out some kids, I would have aborted them. Jesus Christ, the moral bankruptcy of that. Wally World, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Hold on a minute, guys. We are on Dong Watch. Let's see if it happened. Keep gifting those memberships. Roots Calhoun. Oh, Roots, please. Could you do this? Could you do me a favor, Roots? Could you put this in the chat later, too, if I forget? He says, do yourself a favor and Google and type in, is they, and see what pops up. Absolutely hilarious. Okay. Remind me of that, please. Wally World gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. Dong Watch. Professor O.C. Dust Bunny, Rasputin, Rah Rah Rasputin, Honk the Clown, Ian Undercover, and Link to the Jake. You know what's nice about these gifted memberships is it shows you who watches the most Steel Toe, who the biggest fans are. That's what I like about gifted memberships. It goes to the biggest fans because it goes by the amount of time you spent watching the show. So to those guys, thank you very much. We appreciate it. 155 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Ablo Pacheco says, I can't wait until Saturday. It will be the purge in real life. I'm not looking forward to the purge, my man. By the way, 609 of you checking out the show. Guys, do me a favor. Every time I tell you to keep hitting like and hitting share, like, share. Fuck subscribe and follow right now if that's too much. Go ahead and do me a favor. Hit like, hit share. Let's keep bumping that number up because we are at 612 at the moment, killing them. Keep it up over 600. Let's push to 7 today. I think it was 1,100 on Monday, 700 on Tuesday, 6 something on Wednesday. So we're kicking around yesterday's numbers. Let's keep it going because Thursday is usually our lowest day. If we can get a nice number, if we can pop a nice number on, look, hitting over 600, that's like the break-even point for the toe. Let's keep jacking it up there and grabbing those new viewers. Love them. Here's another guy. This might be what Roots was talking about. This is another EBT of TikTok guy. This is somebody. What I love about these is that these are people who depend on you and I for their meals. These are people who depend on you and I for their food, for their existence. But yet they have like the biggest entitlement complex there is. They really do. They yell at us. Like, it's not, oh, wow, thank you. Oh, I really hope they end this government shutdown. Or, hey, because the government's shut down, and it's been shut down for what, over a month now? So you've had 30 days to apply for a job. You knew this day was coming. You knew that your EBT might be threatened. You knew that your SNAP program benefits might be shut off. You had 30 days to try and find any kind of work that could feed you, and you didn't. Do you think that maybe it's that attitude and work ethic that puts you in this place to begin with? You know what? Never mind. If you start to learn that, you won't get to make these funny TikToks at me in your car.
No. Donald Trump, come to the front line, baby boy. Hi, I'm Donald Trump, and I want to make America great again.
Unless you're, what's his name? Chris Red or whatever. Black people, not great with Trump impressions.
I want to build this. I built this country. I made this country, and we're going to bring it back.
Why does he sound like an Eddie Murphy African character? Why is he Mobutu? I am Donald Trump. I am here to tell you that you will get no food stamps. Check out my new daycare facility that I've opened in Minneapolis. They've given me a very generous grant.
Bring it to the end of the world. I am Donald Trump, and I serve this country to the United States. Motherfucking ass.
United States. That's got to be a company, right? I got to create that company. I want to create a steak company, and I want to call it United Steaks. Come on, please don't exist already. Ah, shit. It's a liquor store and restaurant, of course, in Wisconsin. United Steaks and Spirits. Son of a bitch. United Steaks LLC. Shit. You think you run these United Steaks? I'm going to say this about this guy. He seems a little upset. He seems remarkably angry. If I may, sir, you seem hungry. You might want to go grab something to... Oh, oops. I'm really sorry. I apologize. I forget.
To the United States, motherfucking ass. Y'all better reopen that government because I need my stamps. That's one thing y'all not finna do. Like, you crazy nigga? I
want this guy in Congress. Fuck Jasmine Crockett and her fake ghetto accent. I need this guy in there calling people the N-word on the floor of the House. It is, but this is what I'm talking about, though. This is the entitlement. I mean, I need my stamps. You need to open the government, not because it makes us look bad, not because we need to balance our budget, not because we need some kind of long-term solvency solution to our government spending problem. No. None of that. You need to open the government back up because I need my stamps, not the stamps that people like us pay taxes to give you. My stamps, the entitlement. It's, God, this is here's what this government shutdown has been good for. learning the lesson of learned dependency, that the government should not be doing this stuff because look what it's done to our population. Look at the attitude they get.
Live off of these stamps. Open that. I bet you one thing. I bet you by November, no, before November, you got a couple of days. I'm going to give you to November 1st to open the shit up.
You hear that? This guy can't even buy himself a fucking sandwich, but he's going to shake his finger at the government and go, I'm going to give you a couple days to open this shit up. Or what? You're going to throw a declined EBT card at me? Get real.
To November 1st to open the shit up because I need my stamps and I need it now. Well, we ain't finna play them games, bro. Nah, open the government back up. I need my stamps, bitch. I live off them stamp hole.
Right.
Like, no, I'm not playing with y'all. Y'all think I'm for real, but I'm for real, but I'm not, and I'm not playing. I'm for real, actually.
It used to be shameful. It's the Babadook. It used to be shameful. It used to be, I don't want people to know that I need temporary assistance. I don't want people to know that I need a government program to kind of keep shit going. Now people advertise. Now people take their government subsidized phone, buy a sandwich with government subsidized, I was going to say TANF, but SNAP benefits. They pay their rent with government benefit EBT and rent assistance. And then they go on that phone and tell us how they need their stamps. Somebody who works a lot harder than me, someone who works like a really heavy blue collar job should be able to, during the shutdown, should be able to bitch slap one of these SNAP recipient people who bitch about this on the internet one time per day. One person, one slap per day. Here's a woman who I think personifies why they're on food stamps, why they're on government benefits, and why we probably, honestly, I think people have noticed that in the last few months, I'd maybe become a little bit more of a bleeding heart. You know what really is curing me of being a bleeding heart? Watching shit like this. Because I'm watching people take my tax dollars who are on food stamps and lie in their bed during the day talking about how they need their freebies. You know what? My bleeding heart is starting to coagulate a little bit. My bleeding heart is starting to clot just a little. As this guy sits in his car, I need my stamps, y'all. Or somebody literally lying their ass in bed going, I need my stamps.
What if we just I don't know. What if we just overthrow the...
Remember when January 6th was the most evil thing you can do? Remember when the FBI funneled people into the Capitol so they could say that they were staging an insurrection? You remember that? Yeah. Now all it takes, so that was evil. That was terrible. Those guys were all Nazis and rebels. Now all it takes is I can't get my EBT or my SNAP card to work. We should do a January 6th. That's great.
I don't know. I don't want to say the big G word, but what if we just
What's the big G word? Get a job? Bitch, you can't even take off your fat neck pillow and get off your bed to get a job. How are you going to overthrow the government? You're going to have to do more than stare at Donald Trump on TikTok.
What if we do something about that? What if we all come together and decide that, hey, we can actually do something about that?
It would honestly be the most productive you've ever been. It would show that you have just a little bit of ambition. If a bunch of SNAP recipients started to try to overthrow the government this weekend, in a weird way, I would be like, hey, at least they're finally showing themselves some initiative for once. Here's what we should do. We should have a jobs program. Take one of those jobs programs buildings or a temp agency and try to find a way to convince all the SNAP recipients that it's the building they're going, they need to go to if they want to plan to overthrow the government over losing their SNAP and the shutdown. And then lock them in from the outside and make them fill out paperwork at the temp agency. Boom. We've killed so many birds with one stone. She does have to take the neck pillow off, though.
People have actually done things about that in history before. What?
Yeah, we've done stuff like that in history before. You guys remember when the Minutemen were upset that the British would stop serving them hot meals on their desk every day, so they picked up muskets and overthrew the British Empire? Right.
You know, I mean, you like paying rent? You like that shitty ass job? No? Aw. You like what's happening to people right now?
Are you doing a handstand while you do this? Like, what are we... How is this... I'm not understanding the perspective of this video. You like that shitty ass job? Stop pretending you have a shitty ass job. You like paying rent? Basically what she's asking is, do you like being a living, breathing adult with responsibilities? Well, ma'am, if I may, there is a solution to that too.
In the world? Getting taken up out their neighborhoods? No? Oh, if only we would do something together.
All right, I guess. I'm assuming she's saying January. We're January 6th-ing it. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do we're gonna do a January 6th because our SNAP benefits are going to be gotten rid of. Sean says, by the way, what kind of lame ass jail has a microwave? Oh, I think most jails have a microwave. I think I would assume my jail had a microwave. Adam Simon gifting a membership. It's Dong Watch time. Did he get this one? Yankee got it. God damn it. All right. Let's see if we can get Dong a membership. The Dong Watch continues here on the toe. What are we, 155 away from today's goal? 209 says that thing should be reported. She has a name, you know, and I'm sure it's very pretty, multiple syllables and spelled wrong. Need Trump says this is what happens when you vote Democrat. The bird feeder's empty. And look at your bird squawk. Well, this is learned dependency in general. That's what it do. 616 checking out the toe right now. Hey, guys, the like and share is hitting. Keep doing it. Like, share, subscribe, follow. YouTube, you're picking it up a little, but you're still bringing up the rear a little bit. Keep hitting like, keep hitting share. There we go. Up over 620 now. Thank you very much. Keep it going. 155 away from a perfect week. Keep it up. Appreciate it. Unbelievable day for the toe. Thank you, guys. All right, so now we have another one. Now, this is a white woman. I like the diversity we have so far. We've had 2 white ladies, and we've had 2 black people. We've had 3 women and 1 man. I like that we're doing a little DEI with our welfare. This one... I got to be honest, this one's a little on the nose. This one is kind of the mascot of who we thought this would be. I mean, if you would have told me what is this woman about to complain about, I would say either 1, Trump, or 2, food stamps. By the way, a lot of these people that we see who are on food stamps, I don't know why they're so worried about November 1st. Like immediately November 1st, they're going to start starving. I'm looking at these people, and other than the, skinny Negro fella that was there earlier, a lot of these people look like they have stored fat reserves that they can live off of. I mean, they're going to be fine for at least a week. You guys don't have to panic quite yet. But let's see what this beautiful joy to the world has to say about EBT going away.
And next week, when millions of people are going to have,
if you smell what the Rock is cooking, they don't smell what the Rock is cooking. They don't have money to buy food.
To resort to possibly stealing in order to feed themselves and their families. And
but by the way, I love that. I love that concept. I love that defense. Well, you're going to force these people to steal, and crime's going to go up. Now, I agree with that. I agree that's what's going to happen. But how pathetic. How sad. It's like, well, naturally, if I'm about to lose my welfare benefits, the next thing I do is steal from people and commit dishonest, illegal acts. Not get a job, not ask a relative, not try to move in with somebody. Nope. It's either you pay for my life or I'm going to steal from your shit. Haven't you been stealing from us already? We pay taxes and you get the benefits. So what are we, double dipping now? I guess I kind of appreciate it. At least this time the theft would be face to face rather than just taking it right out of a check.
Government complains because they will complain about the crime rate going up, even though they're
kind of like we complain about you people living off the dole and being entitled to our money. Yeah, you're right. You know, people who have to live a shittier quality of life because other people won't fucking behave themselves. Yeah, that does tend to bother people just a little bit.
They're the ones who fucking did it. Make sure you point your anger at the system and the people at the top.
I would love to, but you're so directly hateable. Believe me, I want to go after corporations. I want to go after billionaires. That would be awesome. These people are raping this country. They are bleeding this country dry. One thing Bernie Sanders has right. That upper 1% do not give a fuck about this country. They exploit it. They exploit the people. They exploit their employees. Their whole thing is built off of blood and exploitation. But then you guys go on TikTok and you fuck it up by reminding us, oh yeah, the bottom 1% are complete fucking parasites too. The smart thing Elon Musk does, well, maybe he's a bad example. The smart thing these other billionaires do, Jeff Bezos and the other ones, they're not on TikTok bitching all the time. They hide out. They move in silence. It's strategic. You guys annoy us to our face.
Because they're the ones who took the food away from families and poor people and starving children. The poor people just want to eat. They just want to survive.
I do. You know what? I will say this. I agree with her. She just wants to eat. I mean, if she would sneak in once in a while, a shift down at the grocery store, that would be great. But she does just want to eat. Also, I mean, it just, I'll say it again. It doesn't matter how much or how little the government spends on these programs. If people keep having fucking children they cannot afford to take care of, there's no government program that's going to fix that.
The rest of us, they just want to keep living like the rest of us. So when you see them stealing, because you will, because they're going to have to, make sure your anger isn't directed at the individual. This goes so much deeper.
But you're so easy to be angry at. It's mostly the septum piercing. You know, I saw this in jail too. You just see some people who, and it's so frustrating, they act as though they're resigned to their fate. Like, you know, some of these guys who are like, they're fully planning on going back. It's like, a couple days in, I'm like, well, I'm not going to come back here again. I'm never going to be here again. Jesus Christ. And the COs would talk to you about that. Like, hey, can't wait to never see you again. You're like, hey, you and me both. There's some people that become comfortable with that life. And they're like, what's the worst that can happen? They throw me, back in the county. It's like, yeah, that sounds pretty shitty. I mean, look, for 6 days, I liked being a basketball champion. But I think day 7, day 8, day 9 was going to start to annoy the shit out of me a little bit. So like this idea that like, well, I'm on food stamps. That's the beginning and end of my story. That's my existence. That's my life. Stop. Well, if they take away my food stamps, I mean, naturally, I have to rob a grocery store or I have to do something immoral or unethical. That's not the government's fault. That's an ethics and personal failing on your part. Need Trump with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Need Trump. Did we get it? Is the Dong Watch over? Let's go to Dong Watch and see what we've got. Kaiju Koshi, Jason Zamarilli, Gabriel Donardi, Rexstart parody account, Tyler Wentland. Son of a bitch. Well, hopefully we're getting close. Hopefully King Kong Dong is going to get that membership any minute now. We are 140 away from today's goal, so we're moving along nicely. Keep that going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much for the gifted memberships. Speaking of memberships, members only right after the show today. Right after today's show, we're going to go ahead and do a members only. Root says, man, think about them with 10 kids they can't feed. They for real got to be tripping, right? Electric Shoes says, like, do these people not have freezers, pantries? How do you not have enough food in your kitchen to last a few weeks if you've been getting it for free? Well, if they held on to things and they inventoried and they saved and they stockpiled on shit, they probably wouldn't be living the life they're living, in fairness. Root says, how many mixed kids does she have? Look, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to bring it up. You said it, not me. Need Trump's. Oh, God, some Italian guy. Okay. Guys, keep gifting memberships because some Italian guy needs to get one. He writes, I bet she smells like bologna and black jizz. Look, there's a reason we hit every goal. There's a reason we do as well as we do. I'm a funny guy, all right? But sometimes there's lines that come in from the audience where I go, I got it. He's better than me. He's superior. That was a better one. Need Trump says, I used to caretake and manage a disability apartment building. What did we say about bragging? And even those people with disabilities went to work. They probably still got some kind of supplement, but they still went to work. And that's just it. If you're making an effort, that's what those programs are for. You're making an effort. You're trying to get off those programs. You're working hard, a little something to tide you by while you're transitioning into the next thing. I got no problem with that. But it's the people who live off of it and feel entitled to it. It's gross. The lack of appreciation, the lack of gratitude for people literally just handing you shit. You guys hand me money, and I thank you for it, and I appreciate it. Son of a bitch, aren't you the best? See, it's called gratitude. Another 140 comes in, and I'm going to keep cranking you off. Figuratively, not literally. Sparky Rose says, what happened to don't have kids if you can't afford them? Don't worry, LBJ took care of that when he created the, quote, Great Society and said, don't worry, we'll just pay for you. It's fine. Then that created a system where Democratic politicians could continue to expand those welfare programs if they ever needed to buy votes. Kind of like Republicans do with tax breaks for really big oil companies and shit. Same thing, just different ends. If you're a top 1%er, the Republicans will take care of you. If you're a bottom 1%er, the Democrats will take care of you. If you're anything in between, you're there to be exploited and used so all of these people can better their situation. That's about it. Sergeant Holka with $5 says, I paid for the jewelry in her nose, the hair dye, and the cell phone she's talking to. I wish somebody else would pick up the food. Well, it looks like that bill is quite hefty. Yeah, I agree with Roots. I feel bad for these kids. 100%. Yeah, I mean, that becomes generational, by the way. I mean, they're going to learn from her, and they're going to learn that same dependency. And we now have probably had 3 generations of Americans in some instances that have grown up on learned dependency. And that's going to be hard to break. Before we continue with these, breaking news, boys and girls, Litchfield Golf Club just sent me an email. The bathrooms will be blown out and winterized today. So apparently everyone's going to go in there and take a really big shit, and then they're going to winterize them. They're going to blow out the toilets and then winterize them. Somebody texting in, this year we are doing Super Black Friday starting on November 1st. I don't get it. Guys, let's continue the Dong Watch. We are $140 away from today's goal. I want to see the Dong get his due. 627 of you watching the Toe right now across those 5 platforms. Keep it up. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's get that 140 in there and call it a win for the Toe. All right, who's next? Woman says she plans on, quote, still looting and still stealing, even if Walmart shuts down everything but curbside pickup. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important to go through these. It's important to see what our tax dollars are paying for. Ma'am, the floor is yours. I'm sorry, ma'am, question mark. The floor is yours.
Why the fuck I just seen some shit that said Walmart gonna be closed, all we could do is curbside? We don't give a fuck, bitch. Walmart not the only grocery store, you dumbass hoes. Still looting, still stealing. Fuck Trump. It's crazy. The fuck?
I just want to let you guys know we're going to be fine. We have an intelligent populace that knows their civics, knows their stuff, and we're going to be able to dig our way out of that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Go to that first sentence she spoke. I don't even think that was English. And by the way, the fact that this thing didn't chirp in 19 seconds, that's a small W.
Why the fuck I just seen some shit that said...
Why the fuck I just seen some shit that said... Let that hit bottom. Why the fuck I just seen some shit that said... They should put that up on the whiteboard in elementary classrooms. You know where they used to make kids pick out the subject and predicate of every sentence and like all the nouns and verbs and adverbs and pronouns that were in there? This is how you're going to know if a kid's a genius. If you put that first sentence up on a whiteboard and they start circling and underlining, you've got a dumb fucking kid. If they look at it and they just write fuck that and go back and sit down, you got yourself a genius. What's that sentence again?
Why the fuck I just seen some shit that said...
Why the fuck I just seen some shit that said...
Walmart gonna be closed. All we could do is curbside. We don't give a fuck, bitch. Walmart not the only grocery store, you dumbass hoes. Still looting, still stealing.
Remember, guys, looting is just people trying to express their frustration at a racist system. It's not about taking things that don't belong to you. And by the way, all of these people are just mad about their food stamps going away. So naturally, they're going to have to take a couple of PS5s. It's just... It's just the way the world works now. Zeke Kyle says whiteboard. Oh, do they not use whiteboard? I'm sorry. They're tablets. I don't know what they do anymore. Woman says that grocery store employees need to ignore looters because they will still get paid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of economic thinking that gets you on food stamps your entire life. Hey, person who depends on a paycheck coming from a grocery store that's selling their inventory and not having it stolen, ignore all the looters, let them steal shit. You're still going to get a paycheck. Hey, asshole, no, they're not. If you keep stealing... In your neighborhood, have you not learned this from all the Walgreens and the Walmarts leaving? If you keep stealing shit, there ain't going to be a paycheck. But okay, let's take a listen. Ladies and gentlemen, another economic scholar who's going to lose their benefits. By the way, before this, I was like, boy, we really should find an answer to this. This seems really cruel. This seems really awful. I'm not kidding. Watching these TikToks has made me change my opinion and go, fuck it, every man for himself.
Hey, cousins. So if you work in a grocery store, just know that you are still going to be paid that hourly rate, whether they steal that food or not. So mind your fucking business and be a team player.
Let me steal your shit is now be a team player. That's rich. You're still going to get paid whether we steal or not. No, literally, if you steal from us, we're not going to get paid. Be a team player. Oh, by the way, this is what all young communists believe too. So that if you're wondering why communism never works, theft is not a productive economic system. Gray Duckling with $5 says all they have to do is start a podcast. Then they can enjoy Oreos and ice cream in bed. All right, I was irresponsible last night. I'm not proud of myself. I'm not proud of myself at all, I promise. 135 away from today's goal. Guys, go ahead and throw a little something in the Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, or Rumble Rants. Gift those memberships on YouTube and see if we can get King Kong Dong his membership. It is Dong Watch today. We also have a members only right after today's show. Rabbi Smoothie with $2 says, hey, looters, let's fuck. Yeah, we just need Karmic in there to hype all these people up as soon as the SNAP benefits get shut down. I love that line. You want to fuck? Let's fuck. He's right, though. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, guys, keep with the likes and the follows and the subscribes. Shooting up to 650. Keep it going. Keep us in that algorithm, baby. We got this thing cooking. Up to 700 today. What do you say? Why not? Rumble Studios spitting out 647 at us. Go ahead. Get it done. Win for the toe. We appreciate all of your generosity. Thank you. All right, let's go to our next person. This woman claims it's going to look like a purge and warns people to... I wish they would grab us a few more white people on this, because when it starts to be all these black people in a row, it starts to make me feel uncomfortable.
Y'all, it's going to be looking like the purge out here pretty soon. It's going to be real bloody pretty soon. Y'all.
It's not, no, we don't, guys, just because the government's going to take our free shit away, we don't start threatening hellfire and brimstone and blood. What the fuck is going on? This is what I mean. Like, we're not going to make it. Even if you make all the right choices, even if the government does all the right things, we're not going to make it, because this is the attitude of the people. Hey, government shutdown. Hey, 1 day of me not having food stamps. Well, we got to go make it look like the purge. Now, let me also point out, Saturday is November 1st. Monday is the first day you're not going to get your food stamps. So when you say this weekend, let's make it look like a purge, motherfucker, it hasn't even hit you yet. You just leave us alone. Could you at least wait until you get the empty stomach before you start breaking windows and shit?
Y'all better watch y'all surroundings. Make sure your kids are safe. You feel what I'm saying?
We're literally being held hostage by welfare cases.
Because it's going to look like the purge pretty soon. I feel it, y'all. Oh.
Well, I better call Frank Grillo. I'm going to need some help. Guys, it's about to start looking like the purge in this bitch. All right, hey, at least we have a mixed race person. We need this to be a little less colorful. We need more white people. I mean, I know I say that for just about every topic, but it fits in this one.
You know what?
What?
I have time today.
Anybody who goes like this who isn't Candace Owens is a fucking asshole. I bet you, anyone else want to bet that this woman's going to reference her kids?
I don't know who needs to hear this, but...
Not me. I'm white.
They're not going to open the government back up. It's not going to happen. Also, the reason he's building that ballroom right there is to renovate the World War II bunker that's underneath of it.
Oh, shit. You know what? I'm starting to like her. Is she like a conspiracy theorist? Is this going to be like, is she going to get into Epstein and lizard people and shit? This is the first one of these people on EBT of TikTok that I'm actually digging. I'm actually liking her.
Yeah. And I'm sure everybody that gave him donations to help build this ballroom.
Please say Jews. Please say Jews.
This $300 million
Israel.
Ballroom that shouldn't cost that much. I bet they all get a little spot in that bunker when things go sideways.
Ah, shit. I thought she was going to go all the way. You know, she does raise a good point. That ballroom is completely unnecessary. It's very Louis and Marie Antoinette. I don't like that ballroom either. Tearing shit down, spending a bunch of money. She's right. Look, you can be a stupid welfare queen and still make a good point. Blind squirrel and a nut and all that.
You know, our military's already on the streets. People are about to be starving.
They're not about to be starving. Come on. It hasn't even happened yet, and you're ready for them to starve. They've had a month to stockpile food. They've had a month to make plans. Nobody's going to start starving tomorrow.
Going into the Thanksgiving holiday. This is really giving pre-French Revolution, building grand ballrooms, having mass parties while your people starve outside the gates.
Ma'am, I'm going to say this as kindly as I can. The fiber of the average American, you guys don't have the fucking balls for a French Revolution. I mean, look, in some ways, it might. First of all, you don't want a French Revolution. The French Revolution, it's one of my favorite periods in history. I know a lot about it. It was a fucking disaster. It was a mess. It was more messy than the Russian Revolution. All right, the French Revolution was you had a bunch of uncaring shitheads, having these elaborate balls and parties while people starved, let them eat cake and all that stuff. They were overthrown by a group of psychopaths called the Jacobins, who just said, you know what our solution to all this shit should be? Think exactly like we do, or we'll cut your fucking head off. At least with King Louis, it was, I really don't give a shit if you guys starve. Under the Jacobins and under Maximilien Robespierre and the Directory and all that, it was, hey, everything we do is for the revolution. You don't think the revolution is hot shit? Fuck you, we're cutting off your head. It's a bit rich. And then it finally got under control with the triumvirate, and Napoleon was one of the three consuls, and then he ended up taking power, and then they got a little bit of stability for about 5 minutes, and then all of Europe went to war with them. And then they kicked ass for about, I don't know, like till about 1812. Then it started to turn around when Napoleon invaded Russia. So they got about 10, 15 years of some pretty decent dominance, but it really, the French Revolution did not end well. And by the way, it ended with a king.
And what, another $80 billion we just sent over to Argentina? Why would we need to do that unless they're planning to probably flee to Argentina when things go...
Fuck yeah, that's what all my relatives did back in the 40s. They were all welcomed with open arms into Argentina after their little plot didn't work out.
Two sideways here. And my last little fun tidbit.
Yeah.
Israel's got secret nukes.
Yes! All right. Fucking based poor lady. Yes. All right. Let's go, EBT queen. Fucking preach on. Yes, queen.
And guess where one of the few countries on the planet that their nukes don't reach?
Jews. Yeah, wait, what? Sorry, I'm sorry, I was getting excited. That's not a country, is it? Jews, isn't it?
Argentina.
Oh.
And they just happen to have a huge German population down there.
Nice.
Huge European white population.
Sounds like heaven. Can we relocate to Argentina? All right, quit selling me. I'm buying. Quit twisting my arm. You don't need to give me the hard sell. It's a lot of German white people and nice weather, and Jews can't reach it. I mean, do you have a brochure?
And I do think that there was some other sinister people that chose Argentina to flee to when things got too sketchy for them as well.
Who? What sinister people? I know a lot of Nazis fled there. Who's this other group of people that she's talking about?
We need to wake up and we need to stop this before it gets too crazy, guys. We're watching this in real time. We're watching it in real time. Our military's on the streets. People are about to be starving. He's renovating a bunker. Yeah.
You know what? Fuck you guys. You can hate her all you want. I love her. She's been my favorite one so far. I like her. So wait a minute. The government's shut down. EBT's going to go away. And then the Nazis are going to come back? I had a hard time following. Sergeant Holka with $2 says, I'm ready. Yeah, just check your deadbolts today. That's all. Rabbi Smoothie with $2 says, let's fuck should be the new $20 drop. Victor, if you're listening, go on Mint Diggity's Twitter and grab that rant by Karmic and get him saying, you want to fuck? Let's fuck. And I do want to make that the new $20 drop. So if you could do that, buddy, I would appreciate that. 135 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. Kaiju Koshi says Robespierre was a teacher before the terror. Yeah, they called it, the time after the revolution, they just called it the terror. That should give you an idea of how it was. Sparky Rose says, anytime someone starts a rant with, I don't know who needs to hear this, you can guarantee no one needs or wants to hear it. Hey, speak for yourself. She just gave me some very interesting information about Argentina that's really aiding my future decision-making. Thank you very much. Oh, keep liking, keep subscribing. 662. Jack it the fuck up. Let's go to 700. YouTube, you're bringing up the rear. Rumble, you're a little down from where you usually are, but another 20, 30 of you, you'll be fine. Like, follow. Fuck follow, fuck subscribe. Right now, I just need like and share. 660, pushing 700. I want the 700, and I want to knock out this last 130 and call it a win for the toe and our last goal of the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Rumble gifted memberships are a little tricky right now because Rumble's chat is being a little goofy. But Rumble rants I can still see. I can still see your rants. I just can't see your gifted memberships. Keep it going. 30 away from 700. Let's get it. Main Vein with $1 says, this is what happens when you try to circumvent natural selection. It's time to correct the issue and eradicate every one of these leeches and their entire bloodline. God wills it. Jesus Christ, man. You need me more with $1 says, sounds like heaven. I mean, I didn't know if she was preaching or not. I'm not sure. Shanetta writes, God, we don't care. I know that upset you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. I forget that you're sensitive sometimes. 120 away from today's goal. Some are saying gifting 5 memberships. All right, Dong Watch. Let's see who got it. Now remember, these next 5 names I'm about to read you, biggest steel toe fans there are. They're all bigger fans than King Kong Dong because it goes based on time watched. Corms. Oh, my chat just crashed. Let's get it back up there and then we'll read the 5 names. Corms, Doghouse Riley, Pants Maestro, Tyler Evenson, and What's His Nuts. Thank you very, very much for being big fans of the toe. 120 away from today. Keep it up. Keep it going. We're almost home. Like, subscribe, follow. Thank you so much for a wonderful Thursday here on the toe. And since the Dong Watch was unsuccessful and we didn't get King Kong Dong his membership, let's keep that up as well. King Kong Dong says, fuck off, I'm here every fucking day. Hey, we'll get you there. We'll get you there. Don't you worry. All right, let's do 1 or 2 more of these, and then we'll be done because there's 3, 4. There's 4 left. Let's shoot till we miss. Oh, good, Whitey. Here's a Whitey. Here's my problem with the Whiteys, though. Like the black people bitching about their welfare going away. They're like, yeah, fuck you. We's gonna riot and shit, man. Suck my dick. You know, they got some alpha energy when they're talking about rioting because the charity of other people isn't going to be flowing into their pocket automatically. The thing about white people is they're kind of a bummer. White people lose their benefits, they lose their welfare, and they go, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm having a mental health crisis today. Black people just start wiling the fuck out. There's something about that I respect more. A white person is just, I don't know what I'm going to do without my food stamps and my kale chips. A black person goes, yo, motherfucker, we finna tear up this Walmart and shit. We'll break your shit, motherfucker. I like that. I dig that. And remember, these people are on welfare. They don't have any kind of follow through. They're not actually going to do it. Let them vent a little bit. But here we got a whitey with a vote for Pedro mustache. He's sad. Let's see how he's doing.
I'm going to go to the store tomorrow and buy as many packs of ramen and mac and cheese cups as I can.
Holy shit. Sodium? You lacking? You don't have enough salt in your system? Scuffed Pedro Pascal?
And we're going to hand them out on Halloween.
Okay.
We're going to have candy too. But, yeah, we're going to hand out as much ramen and mac and cheese noodles as we can on fucking Halloween. Churches should be handing out food like crazy. You know, all these tax exempt mega churches, that have.
Fuck you, dude. They probably will. Suck my white asshole, bro. Do you know how much churches do every fucking day? Spare me your communist college education bullshit. You know what? I'm being influenced by Karmic right now because I'm really starting to go off, Queen. But churches every fucking day are feeding starving people. Go to a food shelf. It's usually sponsored by a church. Go to a soup kitchen. It's usually sponsored by a church. So eat my white ass with your, the EBT. You understand that government welfare is a giveaway to Nabisco and McDonald's and Coca-Cola, that all of this welfare program that you think these Democrats are so nice to you with, all of it is just a giveaway to their big corporate buddies. You know who's the most pissed off about SNAP benefits not going? Corporations. Because they make bank on SNAP benefits. So please, spare me your mega churches. I'm sorry you and your dad don't get along. I'm sorry he didn't play catch with you growing up and you had to rebel against your God. Yeah, my SNAP benefits are gone. He fucking gay churches. Joel Osteen's a dick. Why doesn't he do something? Those churches do more to help people than your precious government has for your entire life. You little bitch. You know what? Maybe people like this need to actually feel the pinch. Because if they've still got the fucking gall to sit there and point fingers while they sit in their fucking bedroom on TikTok bitching about their welfare going away, they've got time to bitch about churches. I have an idea. Let's take all these SNAP recipients, put them to work in the soup kitchens, and then after they serve people, we'll give them a meal. You go see what all those churches do. Hey, the government shut down. They're not going to give you your SNAP benefits. If you go to a church and you tell them, I'm starving, I'm poor, I'm hungry, they will take care of you. You fucking prick.
Pastors that have fucking like 2 jets and Rolls Royce, yeah, they should all be handing out fucking food constantly.
They probably will.
And anybody that can help food banks, help food banks. But if you can...
So why do you need, by the way, I see you have a nice chest piece tattoo there. Nice to know you can still afford it while you're struggling.
If you can go buy like a fuck ton of ramen or like those old mac and cheese noodle cups and hand them out.
Don't hand out ramen and noodle cups to little kids. Don't fill their blood full of salt. I mean, I know it's a sugar holiday, but still. Don't, if you're going to hand out ramen and noodle cups to kids, turn your lights off and don't do trick-or-treating that night, okay? Don't be a fucking cunt.
Do it. I'm going to let this video roll out so it gets monetized. I don't know what else to fucking say.
Oh, you fucking dingleberry. Dude, this is why we don't have as many white people on these videos. The blacks are the ones that fucking rule. The blacks are the ones that are like, yo, motherfucker, we gonna smash your shit. I respect that. I respect that vibe. Dead Game says, my God, man, they've gone mad. Well, the white people are so pathetic with it, you know? Ugh, they're not even any fun. At least the blacks are fun. So we got 3 more people. 2 of them are white. Oh, here's another. Look, here's another sad white guy with tattoos. By the way, what is it about people with EBT and SNAP? They're loaded with tattoos, piercings, nice purses. It's really something.
Allegedly took notice of the No Snitch November. They will be adding security guards to in-store locations. So No Snitch November just became Help People Steal November. It just became Hold Security Back.
Motherfucker, I just got out of jail and I'm on probation. I can't be helping people steal. I can't. What do you, I'm going to go back to the county to give some guy bread because I have to hand out ramen for Halloween. Sorry, man. In the spot I'm in, it's every motherfucker for himself.
November. It just became Help People Live November.
Oh, God.
People deserve to eat. I don't give a fuck about Walmart's profit margins.
I mean, I agree with you there. I don't either. I mean, I guess if you have to steal from Walmart. Don't steal from a small mom and pop. If you could steal from Walmart and give some of the inventory to the mom and pop, pay a little tithing to a local business. I don't know. But this guy, God. By the way, beards are gay. Beards are not tough guy shit anymore. If you're a guy, you got to cut off the beard if you want to be a tough guy. The really fucking pussy white dudes have stolen the beards from you. It started with the guys who brew beer in their basement. All of those like fucking soft Jason Mraz listening motherfuckers, they ruined beards for you.
I personally will hold back a security guard. I will fight back a security guard if they try to stop someone from stealing food they need to fucking live.
I can't wait for this guy's next TikTok if he follows through, which is going to be him going, my eyes! Why does the mace hurt my eyes so much? I just wanted to help. I will personally hold back a security guard. Let me do a spoiler. You won't do shit. All right, so I got two more. I got a white lady and I got a black lady. Let's see what this woman has to say about the impending purge doom.
Funding all the programs, why are we paying taxes? If they're
fucking based, I like her so far.
Defunding all of the programs, why are we paying taxes?
Yes.
If they're defunding all the programs, what are the taxes?
I love her. She's good. She's the first one I've really liked. All she had to do was say Jewish space lasers and I would have married her. She would combine her with the secret nukes lady and you've got the perfect woman. I like her. She's good. Yeah, if you're going to shut down the government, give me my fucking money back. That would be nice. That would be nice. Roots Calhoun says, yeah, bread. That's what they'll be stealing. Yeah, oh yeah, of course. Roots Calhoun says, I hate it, but you're right. Of course I'm right. I'm yelling. If I'm yelling, I'm correct. That's how the world works. All right, we got a wait a minute. Is this a black lady or is this Jay-Z? His video is going to start with this woman yelling, ho! Oh my God, it really is trans Jay-Z. It's uncanny. They have a conspiracy theory about all this. This is the last one we have. It's 5.5 minutes long. We're not going to do the whole thing. I understand. I have tested your guys' patience with this entire segment. It's been a long time, but I really am having a lot of fun.
There's just something utterly...
Holy shit, it is a dude. Oh my God. That was a surprise.
Bizarre about food stamps not coming in November.
This guy is, look at this. This is amazing. He's a little white. He's a little black. He's a little Asian. He's kung fu. This guy is literally, it's, you know how like they took the Mind Stone and they created Vision? This guy is DEI, the human being. He's going to end this video by going, hiya, diversify your portfolio.
There's something utterly insane about it that I can't get my finger wrapped around.
Because it's too busy in our pockets. Am I right? Hey-oh.
I mean, this has got to be an extreme shock to the system, right? This...
Not really. We're just hoping you guys stay out of our neighborhoods.
Is so heartless. And I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around what the point of it is, you know?
Your two-party system is run by sociopaths who don't give a fuck about you, but you refuse to do anything about it every time you get to vote, shop, or consume media. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that rhetorical? Because I was going to answer your question. Power-hungry sociopaths run a two-party dictatorship, and you're convinced that any of them will ever or have ever given a fuck about you and yours. Sorry.
And... you know, after watching a couple of creators and trying to put my 2 cents together, ultimately...
You can't put your 2 cents together. You can't even afford food. Sure, you give us your 2 cents and I bet you our taxes had to pay for it.
It seems like the ultimate goal is the Insurrection Act still. But...
Actually, the goal is $130. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
I thought that was going to be invoked during the No King's Day protest. It wasn't.
You know, I think really if we just have one more protest, I think that'll fix everything.
So it's like they're really upping the score. They're really turning up the heat and the pressure, trying to get people to react in a type of way that will get people like me and other people who might not fully be paying attention to consent to more aggressive policies.
Holy shit, this guy really thought this one through. So he's saying that getting rid of the SNAP benefits and getting rid of the EBT is going to cause people to turn to daddy government for more. You know what? Not bad.
Because the Trump administration would have put maybe the worst case scenario of one person going absolutely mad because they haven't eaten food, because he cut the programs that were holding that person and their family afloat.
He didn't cut the programs. The Democrats and the Republicans are desperate to hang L's on each other because they're not coming up with any W's, Epstein files, trade deals. And so they're trying to hang L's on each other, and they never gave a fuck about you, so they're using you as pawns to score those W's. Come on, guys. We don't need to go all Alex Jones to figure out what this is.
So they got desperate. It's going to make people act out. They're saying that the crime is going to rise because of people's lack of access to not just food, but resources altogether, healthcare, medication. They're going to take that footage. They're going to broadcast it all over Facebook, all over Instagram, all over TikTok, all over our feed so we can't see it. So then we can start to feel that, wow, things really are getting bad. Even if we know that Trump is the one doing it.
Here's, and I'll cut it there because we get the gist of it. Here's an idea then. Don't do that. If your enemy knows where you're going to be, don't be there. How about that? God damn, I wish all of these people losing their benefits would have spent these last 30 days figuring out how to pay for their shit. Because if they would have spent that last 30 days figuring out how to pay for their shit, rather than making as much as they spent on these TikTok videos, we would have no crisis. We'd be good. Matthew Q with $1 says both of my grandparents were from my mother's side of the family and were World War I POWs from Germany and Argentina, kept in Minnesota. Another $1 from Matthew Q says they did a beautiful blonde girl named Allison once from Argentina. I think he means dated. And she was blue-eyed and spoke Dutch. I'm pretty sure her great-grandfather was German. It's possible. It is possible. Need Trump says you are absolute. Listen to this, guys. You are absolutely 100% correct, Aaron. I mean, I think that pretty much says it. I think that says it. Vince Griswold says the point is I'm sick of being taxed 40% to keep ungrateful retards. To feed ungrateful retards that will hate me always. Yeah, I think that's where we're at with this whole thing. Thank you guys very much. Leah with $1 says most of the time he is nuts, but clearly you need to watch this. Mega churches don't do a damn thing for the community. Oh, look at that. That shows up. Nice. All right, we can put that up there. Guys, I'm really sorry if you are contributing gifted memberships on Rumble. We can't see those. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. But we'll resume the gifting memberships on Rumble tomorrow, I suppose. Right now, we are 120 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe. You know, we can knock out this goal and the Rumble chat is kind of fucky. That's a huge W today. So go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks and let's get ourselves the final win of the week and make it a perfect week for the toe. Let's open up our 7 o'clock hour stories. Again, thanks for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Solid numbers today. Kissing 700 people. Somebody informed me that there was someone trying to snipe Steel Toe today, and that our 660 number was higher than their number. So I'm really sorry. I apologize. To galvanize all of the Steel Toe hate there is, all of it, and you still can't beat the toe, to be stubbed by the toe. Yikes. Yikes. Choke on it and seethe, kids. Choke on it and seethe. 120 away from today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit share. And let's keep pumping those numbers up. Thank you very, very much. All right, one last thing on the government shutdown. I know you guys were asking me, Aaron, you know what I need to know? What I need to know is, what does Chuck Schumer think about all this? Well, guys, why didn't you ask? I've got Chuck Schumer. You know, we hear a lot from Trump about whose fault this is. But the person I really need to hear from is a multi-millionaire elderly Jewish Democrat to tell me who's truly to blame for the crisis we're in. Chuck, if you would, please.
So look, right now we're staring down the barrel at two crises at once. A healthcare crisis and a hunger crisis, and both are caused by one man, Donald Trump.
Shoot, I was going to say Netanyahu, but then again, that's always my default.
We're now 3 days from open enrollment. Today, the window shopping begins. People are going to see drastic increases in their health care costs.
They do think that healthcare costs will go up about 20% because there are some tax benefits that are going by the wayside. There's some, but the thing is, I don't get any subsidies for my health insurance, so I'm wondering if mine's going to go up too. It might just be a rising tide lifts all boats thing. Unfortunately, whether it's your mortgage or your health insurance or your auto insurance, you're kind of getting used to it at this point. It sucks, but you can't fight it. There's nothing you can really do. I mean, you can go shopping and go get shittier insurance. I mean, those are your choices. Pay more for the coverage you have. Like, I like the coverage my kids and I have, so I'm probably going to keep it. Your other option is pay the same amount you're paying now and accept shittier service. And isn't that kind of becoming the calling card of America the last few years? It's unfortunate.
People are going to sit at the dinner table Friday night with a hole in the pit of their stomach and saying,
that sounds medical. You ought to, before the health insurance rates go up, you ought to go get that pit checked out. Is this where Chuck Schumer tells us about Ira and Wendy or whatever that couple is that he made up?
How are we going to do this? We can't afford another $4,000 or $5,000 a year, $10,000, even $20,000 in some cases for health care.
I mean, I agree with you. You know what you should do, Chuck? You should talk to the people in charge and get them to stop this. I mean, you know what you should do, Chuck? Find the people who are responsible for stopping this stuff and get them, see if they'll hold some kind of vote. And you can all vote for it. And then you can open everything up. Chuck, you got to find that guy. Go somewhere. Go to the Senate or something and find one of the leaders of one of the two parties we have and tell them that they ought to vote yes to open up the... It's him, isn't it? He's one of the... Son of a bitch.
How are we going to do without health care, but how are we going to pay for health care? And now, for the first time in history, a president, Donald Trump...
This guy sounds like a dick.
Is refusing to fund SNAP during a shutdown.
Oh, snap.
42 million Americans. Hungry children. Middle-class families someone's lost the job.
It's not middle-class families. You start losing your SNAP benefits if you're a family of four making over $45,000 a year. Now, that's fucking insane. I mean, if you're making $45,000 a year and you're putting 4 kids through that, that's fucking nasty. That's not good. But if you make more than that, you can't qualify. One of the crazy things, though, about our welfare system, I will say this in defense of people on it. It's like this hard cutoff. And then I also saw yesterday on Breaking Points that if you have over $3,000 in assets, they won't let you use SNAP. So let's say you have a good month and you are able to sock away $3,000. They'll pull your benefits. I mean, this is what I mean. Like, it is a learned dependency. Either stay on these fucking benefits and vote for us, or if you dare try to better yourselves, we'll yank the rug out from under you. Now, my preference would be we all pay way lower taxes and we don't have these food stamps to begin with. But the fact that we do, I mean, we kind of do it the worst possible. It's almost worse than not having them, because you're taxing the piss out of people. And then you have these benefit programs. And then the minute someone goes, ew, I don't want to be on benefits. I want to pay for my own shit. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to start saving money. And before you can fully get back on your feet, the government yanks the benefits away from you while you're working your way out of them. It's, I mean, crazy talk, but it's almost like it's designed to make you dependent.
Veterans, senior citizens who struggle to pay for their food, all of these people will lose their SNAP benefits. Not because the money's gone. Not because it's not permitted.
Right, we're still paying.
Because Donald Trump ordered it stopped.
He's not wrong on that.
Donald Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man.
Look, Chuck, you could remove the name Donald Trump and enter any one of you motherfuckers, and that would fit. Okay? So let's, easy in that glass house there, Chuck. I just don't like my biggest problem here is that it's a two-pronged problem. It's the people at the way top and the people at the way bottom. But the only people we ever punish and the only people we ever lash out at is the people on the way bottom. Like, what about the people at the way top? What about, the fact that there's people who have like 50, 60, 70, 80, hundreds of billions of dollars it seems morally wrong. Again, I hate to throw a little spice of libto in there. I really do. But it seems morally wrong that there are people walking around with hundreds of billions of dollars. And then we're talking about people starving. And we're talking about people losing food benefits. Look, again, I think I've established myself as someone who's against these welfare programs. But also, we ask nothing of the people who have enriched themselves off of this country. Nothing. The people who pay are the people in the middle. You look at the way our tax system is created. Most of the taxes exist between the $50,000 and $150,000 a year brackets. That's where so the people making the most, not shit. At some point, they end up paying the same percentage you do, maybe even less, because they can afford to pay for people that lower their bill. We don't ask anything of these people. One thing the Republicans have done better than the Democrats is messaging and marketing, because the Republicans have convinced working people that it's not in their interest to criticize billionaires. That somehow that makes you sound like you're jealous or you're evil or you're awful. And look, sometimes they are. Sometimes they are. But other times it's a legit criticism of people that have basically bent this country over and exploited it and don't have to give anything back in return. I'll give you an example. Social Security. Social Security has an income cap and it's about $150,000 a year. After every dollar you make after $150,000 a year, you don't give a dime to Social Security. So who pays for that? The people who pay for that are working class people. Rich people don't have to pay for Social Security. They fucking don't. Same thing with the income tax. After you hit a certain dollar amount in earnings, you hit a certain percentage and it's flat. And I think right now it's like 35% is the top. Like, we could, people always talk about Democrats and Republicans working together. We could fix the money problems that we have. But you have one party that's guarding the rich and one party that's protecting the programs for the poor. And they're not going to go after their own bases to solve this problem. And we need them both. We need to cut our social safety net, and we need to ask a little bit more out of our millionaires and billionaires. But you can't do that because if you advocate one of those things, you're a heartless Republican. If you advocate the other, you're a tax and spend liberal. It's all marketed and it's all designed for people like you and I to advocate against our own self-interest. It's a maddening system to live in. Need Trump says, Aaron, your show is the bomb today. Very great show. That's just a really smart guy. That's just a guy who knows his stuff. Jelly for the Smelly, again, one of my favorite names, says, in which banquet hall will Chuck Schumer be eating his $3,000 dinner at? Bingo. Bingo. You guys are the same. Yeah, Trucker 18 Wheeler says pot, meat, kettle. Precisely. Ricky Bobby, it's also really easy to get in trouble if you're trying to work while on benefits or start working. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And by the way, don't act like billionaires don't get welfare. Elon Musk built his fortune on corporate welfare. Elon Musk is a corporate welfare baby too. These guys the wealthy get way more in government welfare than poor people do. Trust me. Jelly for the Smelly also says it's incredibly predictable. If Trump caves, the Dems could keep the government shut down his whole term. I think Trump has done a good marketing job of kind of putting this on the Democrats, though. Satellite Man says first toe conquered the prison system in a week, and now the toe has balanced the budget. Some Soper says, nah, those people who make over $150K have still paid more to Social Security than low-income working class people. No, what I'm saying is once you hit 150, it's capped. So it's people who make that amount of money, they're paying it. After you make that amount, so like if you're someone who makes $100,000 a year, there is no number where you get relief from Social Security. But if you make $500,000 a year, you're protected. You're good. That's what I mean. I'm not saying they don't pay in. I'm saying there's that cutoff. Let me get you the actual number so I'm not just pulling numbers out of my ass. Income cutoff for paying into Social Security, because I think there's a single and a married couple. However, the earnings that are subject to the 6.2% Social Security tax have a limit. In 2025, it did go to $176,000. So I said 150. I was wrong on the 150. It is 176. Income earned above this amount is not subject to this tax. Self-employed individuals pay the total 12.4% tax on earnings up to the same limit. Now, I am technically employed by Steel Toe Media Incorporated. So Steel Toe Media pays 7.5%. I pay 7.5%, state and federal, when it comes to that. So $176,000. And again, the Social Security Trust Fund, which is basically funding the shortfall, because we don't raise enough money to pay out the Social Security benefits. So we have this trust fund that's giving people 100% of their benefits. That's going to run out in about 7.5 years. We could refill that trust fund, and the calculations are if we raise the cap to $300,000 a year, we could fund the Social Security, not lockbox, the trust fund for 300 years. Now, that's government math, so let's just argue and say it's 100 years. We could make it work if we wanted to. Federal income tax brackets. Let's take a look at what they are right now, because we could balance the budget by bumping these up a little bit. And yes, cutting spending, 1,000. I'm a cut spending first kind of guy, but I think everybody, especially the billionaires who have exploited this country, millionaires and billionaires. I mean, what about people who work for Raytheon and Boeing and people who have helped destroy this country? I mean, we don't consider that. Like Elon Musk, he's hundreds of billions of dollars. How much money has this government pumped into alternative energy projects and stuff that he's done? I would argue that Elon Musk has taken as much as he's made. You think about things like Raytheon and Boeing. All of those guys that run those companies are probably billionaires. But how much money has the United States government pumped into the war machine? Trillions of dollars just in our lifetime. So don't act like these people are all self-made men who got where they were by the sweat of their brow. A lot of them are part of a government complex that pays them welfare. The top bracket that we have right now is 37%, and it's $609,000 a year and up. So you will never pay more than 37% on a dollar you make after $609,000. Allow me to get a little liberal on you for a second. What if we went ahead and made a millionaire tax? What if every dollar you make after $1 million, you pay 60% tax on it? Let's go 50%, because some people might actually go, fuck it, I make a shitload of money, I'll pay the 50%. You go much higher than that, then you get into, well, if you go much higher than that, that encourages people to spend money, that stimulates the economy. You have that millionaire tax, all of a sudden, a lot of these wealthy people will go, well, instead of pocketing this money and becoming worth 10, 15, 40 billion dollars after $1 million a year, let's start spending some money so I don't have to pay taxes on it. And maybe I can get a little something. That could stimulate the economy. I don't think a billionaire hoarding his money does anything to help the rest of us. But if he's encouraged to spend, hey, that could help too. So I don't know, man. Again, call me libto, but I'm looking at a $35 trillion debt that we owe. I'm just being realistic and telling you, you can't pay back a $34 trillion debt just by cutting spending. All right, we've come too far. Now I'm going to go into the chat and I'm going to see how bad I'm getting ripped apart, because I think I'm probably going to get ripped apart for that take. How much? Some Soper says, how much money do you want from us 300,000 heirs? It's literally from 176 a year up to 300 grand a year. That's it. And we could rescue Social Security. That's all. We're never going to see any benefit from the Social Security tax we paid. Oh my God. Okay, this is one of the biggest misnomers that people have convinced you of. That is not true. Once the Social Security, let's say we do nothing. You understand people are still paying into Social Security. Right now, the money that comes in from Social Security can cover 76% of the owed obligations. So even if the trust fund runs out, you're still going to get 76% of the benefits you're owed. This idea, try to use logic here. This idea that Social Security is just going to poof, go extinct, and you won't get any money out of it. You understand you're still paying into it every day. So you're still going to get a portion of that money. Camo Girl says, I was on WIC for 2 years with my son, and my fiance and I make too much to be on it anymore. We both work full-time jobs. Not too upset about it. It was nice to have for when he was on formula. There you go. I think that's how it's supposed to be used. Some Soper says, you're just wrong. But I'm not. It's statistically, it's accurate. He says, no, we aren't. It's insolvent. It's not. Okay. You're talking about the Social Security Trust Fund. You're right. The Social Security Trust Fund is running out because we owe more in Social Security payments than we're bringing in. The Social Security Trust Fund is the extra. All right? We're still paying in about $1 trillion a year in the payroll tax, which funds Social Security. The problem is Social Security is owed over $1 trillion a year. Really try to understand that, please. Rabbi Smoothie with $5 says, trust fund full of bonds, which are backed by tax dollars. Keep thinking you pay into something. Back in the Reagan years, they took a portion of Social Security payments and put them in this trust fund, basically a rainy day fund, and it's raining now. Vince Griswold says, I knew a trashy hood rat couple that sold their food stamps for Xanax. It's actually kind of rad. It's actually that level of scumbaggery I oddly respect in a weird way, and I understand that is a personal failing of mine. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, tax the rich. Don't let any amount of whining from them sway you. It's not rocket surgery. I think rocket surgery. I think numero uno Josh Denny fan feels like he's been successfully corrupting me as of late. But I think it might partially be listening to Sam Cedar, which maybe some of you have told me I need to stop doing. Some Soper says there is no trust fund. Guys, these are easy Google searches. Social Security Trust Fund. Actually, two separate federal trust funds, Old Age and Survivors Insurance, OASI, and the Disability Insurance Fund that are often referred to collectively. They're funded by payroll taxes and other income, and they hold surpluses in special issue Treasury securities that are backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. So if we completely collapse, then it's all worthless. When program costs exceed incoming revenue, like now, the trust funds are used to make up the difference, kind of like how I just told you. But current projections show that the combined funds could be depleted by 2034. I've heard 33. Who gives a shit? After which ongoing payroll taxes would only be sufficient to pay a portion of the scheduled benefits. It's important that you hear that because it's about 76% at the moment. And Social Security didn't start running a shortfall until 2021. That was the first time, was 2021. Now this says after depletion, the system would still be able to pay 81% of scheduled benefits based on incoming payroll taxes alone. Do you see now why some of these politicians want to bring in as many immigrants as they can? They want to keep this Ponzi scheme of government going. That's what they want. Some Soper says, yeah, but it's full of paper IOUs. I got bad news for you. Everything in our country and in our world right now is based on paper IOUs. Got any cash in your pocket? It's a paper IOU. It's only worth something because a guy says it is, because a guy at a store will take it. This whole thing is fiat. It's all based on credit. It's all based on bonds. It's all based on paper. It's all based on IOUs. You know, we used to have an economy that was based on production, goods that we'd produce. Now we have a country, our economy is based on debt. If someone owes me $1 million, I'm worth $1 million. Do I have $1 million? No. But he owes me the money and he's good for it. Some Soper says yes, because we don't have enough workers to continue to fund it. Right. So the trust fund is running out. That's what I said. The trust fund will become insolvent in, again, I've heard 2033, 2034. Doesn't really matter. It really is passing one piece of legislation, and you could probably fix the fucker. 635 is the number at the moment. Let's get away from this because as interesting as it is to me, I know it's boring to others. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and let's knock out today's goal. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, Aaron can't balance a caloric intake, let alone the budget. Thank you. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny said on Twitter that you rubbed his chest and his bum. That's never happened. Never happened. 110 away from today's goal. Guys, do me a favor. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get that goal knocked out. It's our last one of the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, at the very least, in the next 5 minutes, let's get under 100, and we're still on track. Thank you very much. Pray by 12 says, is the Rumble side of the show down? No, the chat's just a little tricky today. That's all. Chevy fan says, Aaron's triple chin excuses are running out. Yes, it's my own personal Social Security. Thank you very much. Numero Uno says, you should listen to the rogue ideological kids of rich people when they tell you the rich are scum controlling the world for their benefit at your expense. Numero Uno says, the truth is Aaron only rubbed Johnny's wiener. That's not, I never touched anybody's wiener. There's no wiener touching. All right, you know what? Now you're putting pressure on my bladder. I have to pee. I'll be right back in a second. Coming up next, we got JD Vance.
60% of illegal alien households
Shut
are
the fuck up. Why won't you pause? We got JD Vance talking about illegal immigrants. He went after Haitians just like out of nowhere. We do have a verdict in that police officer who shot Sonia Massey. Remember the I rebuke you in the name of Jesus woman? We have a verdict in the fucking lunatic who shot her. We've also got Oh, that synagogue shooting was broken up. We had a couple mass shootings that were thwarted. One was a trans person trying to shoot up a school again, and another was a big ol' hoss who wanted to kill a bunch of Jews at a synagogue. And we got the Fed rate cut coming up on today's show. So we're very, very busy. Hey, guys, we've got ourselves a dong watch. Gifted membership from Vince Griswold. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. He got that one to Pookie, so it didn't go to King Kong Dong. $110 away from today's goal. Knock it out. Help us KO it. We appreciate it. Tall Mountain says, I'm watching on mute. Let me know if he addresses the Kiki Ava issue. Fill me in. Fill me in. I'm not familiar with what that issue would be. Now, Tall Mountains, we're going to know if you were lying about the mute thing if you actually explain to us what the Kiki Ava issue is. But I will say this. It sounds boring. It sounds immature. And it sounds like if it's something you're into, you probably need a hobby. I'm going to fire up the music. I'm going to go take a piss. Afterwards, we got another hour left in this show. We're $110 away from perfection this week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it. One moment. Oh, welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Show. A lot of people have been talking about the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes interview. Don't let this one go under the radar. Dave Smith went on Crowder's show. I watched that one yesterday on my way back from St. Michael, and it's pretty good. Dave Smith did a really good job. Crowder is a very passive-aggressive girl. And Crowder argues like a really passive-aggressive girl. All right, YouTube. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share. Let's do it. We need to hit 110. And we got an hour to do it. We have officially fallen behind for the first time this week. That's right. Now, maybe not, because I can't see Rumble gifted membership, so that I could be telling a fib there, but I have no way of knowing. Let's go ahead and knock it out. The first time this week we've fallen behind. Let's make sure that doesn't stay that way. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's hit this 110 and call it a perfect week in our week out of jail. What do you say? Rabbi Smoothie says, I have to piss, Aaron, but I'm holding it like a professional. Tall Mountain says, Ava is trolling Kiki. You see how I told you that I knew it was going to be something boring and retarded that people with too much time on their hands would follow? Bingo, you nailed it, buddy. Rabbi Smoothie says, Kiki and Ava, let's fuck. You know what? For $20 drops, I can do the let's fuck. I can just get the drop going myself here. I'll just go to the timestamp because I have the clip. I love this clip. It's one of my favorite clips. Here we go.
Let's fuck. Let's call me at 3 in the fucking morning, final boss.
Just wait. We gotta.
Let's do that. You and fucking fat boy Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. Let's call me up.
Karmic, when we're shitting on people, try not to plug their actual show title.
I got Dan's fucking cell phone, and I'm gonna fucking reveal it to the goddamn
fun.
world.
You
too.
should do it.
These pieces of shit.
Where's Let's Fuck?
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck.
There it is. Okay, so what's the timestamp on that? 27.
Let's fuck.
Oh no, 26. So every $20 that comes in, you're getting the karmic drop.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck.
You're not going to get me to not love that guy. Numero uno Josh Denny fan was right. Let's be very clear about that. He was right. So we're going to hit the goal today on the back of Karmic, $20 at a time. Thank you very much. Gift those memberships as well. We've got ourselves a dong watch cooking today. 110 away. Let's hit it and call it a win. T. Jefferson says, ooh, he swears. That means he's so cool. No. He's not so cool because he swears. He's so cool because he's out of his fucking mind. That's why. Totally different. JD Vance was doing an interview with Pod Force One, and I saw somebody in the chat saying JD Vance is starting to grow on me. JD Vance is not growing on me, and I'll tell you why. JD Vance is a Peter Thiel clone. Like Peter Thiel owned and operated guy. I don't like it. He's a Manchurian candidate. He can be a cool guy. He can be an awesome dude. That's totally fine. But being owned by Peter Thiel, no thank you. He's also becoming a meme vice president. What I mean by that is, like, he doesn't, and I know the vice president doesn't really do anything, but, like, he doesn't spend his time advocating positions or policies. It's like he wants to be the cool dad. So in this Pod Force One podcast, he was dropping Hassan Piker references and electrocuting the dog. I would rather my vice president doesn't know what Hassan Piker's doing. And then he went off on the Haitian immigrants in Ohio again in this interview. So I kind of feel like JD Vance is just trying to like wink and nod to the internet the entire time he's president. And if I go real conspiratorial with that, I think it's because Peter Thiel wants him to seem cool to young people because they're planning to run him in 2028. But here's JD talking to Pod Force One and just all of a sudden going after the Haitians.
60% of illegal alien households are benefiting from our welfare programs. That's how you bankrupt this country and destroy those programs for the people who actually need it.
And that's how they can afford to take slave labor wages.
Exactly.
Because they're subsidized. The taxpayers subsidized.
Well, partially that, but also partially, let's not split hairs here. A lot of them live in squalor. A lot of them live multiple families to one very small apartment. That's part of it too.
Such an important point, Miranda, and it's something people don't appreciate. And by the way, they're willing to accept a standard of living that most Americans won't accept and shouldn't have to accept. And this was, if you remember, the big controversy.
Let's ask this. We keep saying this. We keep sucking our own dicks, and we're like, well, we wouldn't accept that standard of living, and we shouldn't have to. There's like Latino cultures where they live with multiple generations in one home, and they pool together resources, and why is that inherently bad? I don't know, but nobody's been able to explain. Like they can say it, they can go, Americans shouldn't have to live that way. Okay, but why not? What's wrong with that? I'm not saying you should have to, but if you want to, who gives a shit?
About all of the migrants who came into Haiti, 20,000 immigrants, Haitian migrants in a town of 40,000 people. So you blink your eyes in Springfield, Ohio, and you wake up and literally a third of the population of your town is now Haitian immigrants.
And eating cats and dogs.
Eating cats and dogs.
We're bringing back the hits from the 2024 election. That's what I'm talking about. Like with JD Vance, I really don't. I'm seeing him less and less as like a serious guy and more of like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like I said, meme vice president. Like eating cats and dogs. And did we ever find out if that was happening, by the way? Because there are people that swear they were eating the dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio. And then there were numerous news outlets that said there's never been any kind of proof that the Haitians are eating the dogs and the cat. What was the other thing? It wasn't just dogs and cats, ducks and geese as well. They were going down to the park and they were slaughtering the ducks and geese. That was another one. So I don't know if that's actually accurate. But again, in the grand scheme of the problems the United States of America has, until we fix the real big shit, I'm not going to worry about Haitians eating ducks for right now. Besides, duck is good eating, from what I understand. Vince Griswold says Vance running in 28 and 32, then Trump returns in AI form in 36. Vince Griswold says Peter Thiel can't shut the fuck up about the Antichrist for some unknown reason. Yes. He talks about the Antichrist. The only person I know who would talk about the Antichrist that so much is a guy who's trying to convince you he's not the Antichrist while probably being the Antichrist, to be quite honest with you. All right, guys, you're making me nervous. We need some contributions coming in. I can't I can't have my week back from prison end with no victory. Can't happen. It can't happen, guys. We need to knock out this 110, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Hit it. Call it a win for the toe. Let's do this thing, guys. We got less than an hour. I'm getting a little nervous about today's goal. Oh, we started at 225, by the way. So we've just barely cleared the $100 mark for today's show. Numero uno says, does Vance's wife eat poop? How come they never ask him the real questions? Is your wife a poop eater? Roots Calhoun says, because in America, you buy your own house. Then when your grandparents die, you either sell their house and move into grandpa's or sell grandpa's house and save the money. That's true. We do it. I understand we do it differently culturally here. But this idea that like the way other people want to do it is there's too much penny watching. There's too much like policing of other people's lives in our culture. It's just like, make your shit the best it can be and don't worry about everyone else. It's that worrying about everyone else that ends up fucking you up anyway. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, gift some memberships. I don't want to take an L on coming back from jail week because that means it's just countdown until the end of the toe, quite frankly. It's a very tragic situation. 110 is not a lot, especially with 600 some people checking out the show. Gift some membership. I can't take the members only show off the table. That would be evil and bitter and vindictive. But I really don't want to do a members only show if we're falling short of the goal on coming back from jail week. I mean, we got off to a 2-day head start on Monday. Let's pick it up a little bit. Aaron, I don't want to hear you bitch about it. Well, I don't want to be 110 short. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Remember Sonia Massey? She's the woman in Illinois who thought she had a prowler outside her house. And then when the police showed up, they thought something was maybe up with her. They thought she was a little off her rocker, but she was in her own home. The police come in. They want to see her ID. She goes to look for it. She invites the cops in. The cops see boiling water on her stove. They go, hey, would you take that boiling water off your stove? It would make us feel more comfortable. So she takes the boiling water off the stove. She goes, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Sounded like she was kidding. And this crazy fucker shot her, killed her, smoked her. Even his partner, you could tell, and we're going to go back and watch it here. Even his partner was kind of like, oh, shit, what the fuck did we do? Well, they just had a trial for this guy. I'm surprised there wasn't more coverage of this. But the deputy who shot Sonia Massey just had his trial conclude, and we'll give you the result of it in a second. Here's the shooting we're talking about, because sometimes it's hard to keep all these police shootings straight. This is the Sonia Massey one. And this is another one of those shootings. It took place not this past July, but the one before that, 2024. And it really is one of those things where you can tell that the cops fucked up because this didn't become a huge story for a long time. If the cops didn't fuck up, but you can convince a part of the population that the cops fucked up, the media will push it to the hilt because it divides us, and that's what sells. This one, we all would have went, yeah, this piece of shit cop deserves to burn in hell. So the media went, just keep this one a local story.
And then you can dig around for your paperwork.
I don't know where my ID is.
You have that stack right there, maybe?
1 second.
Check on her.
By the way, does this seem a little like unconstitutional, not living in a free country sort of? Like, it's her fucking house. These cops can just come into her house, ask her for her ID, then when she can't find it, they just stand there in her messy living room. That doesn't seem right. And I understand your logic is, well, Aaron, they want her to prove that she lives there. How about the fact that she just called them to see if a prowler was there? Then when they got there, she answered the door. Leave her the fuck alone. It's her house.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
All right.
So again, they ask her to take the boiling water off the stove, saying, we don't need a fire in here.
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of...
So it sounds like she you know, this is like the fifth time I've watched this, but doesn't it sound like she dumped the hot water down the drain and was running water? So it sounded like the boiling water was not a threat anymore.
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I
rebuke you in the name of
You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face.
What the fuck, dude? It sounded like she was fucking around. It sounded like she was kidding. And they just go right to the guns. Honestly, if you were to make a sketch of what, like, socialist progressives think cops do, you would just play this video. Like, yeah, these psychopathic white cops just pull out their guns and shoot black people. Well, I mean, in this instance, a couple of psychopathic white cops did just pull out their guns and shoot a black lady.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot!
19 shots fired.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Even this guy jumped back. He was like, whoa, 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 what the fuck? And did this guy pull his gun because he thought he was under threat? Or did he pull it because this guy pulled it and you're supposed to get his back? Like, one of my big problems with the way we do policing now is that these guys are not encouraged to check one another. They're only encouraged to get each other's back and double down. Like, it would be so refreshing to see a body cam footage where a cop pulls a gun and the other cop goes, whoa, 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 dude, that's not necessary. Put it away. That would be very refreshing to see.
You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Look at that. So this guy pulls the gun, and the guy with the body cam has not pulled his yet. But because this guy did, this guy's going to pull his. This would be great if he went, dude, put the gun away. It's fine. She's way over there with a pot of water. You're going to be okay.
Fucking pot! Drop the fucking pot!
So then she hid. She went behind the counter. She's not a threat. She's literally cowering.
19 shots fired.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Drop the fucking pot!
She's dead, bro. You're fine. Her and her lethal Rachel Ray pot are not from Target are not going to get you anymore. It's fine. Good news, at least. The deputy that claimed he was in fear for his life because she was handling a pot of water has been convicted. He was convicted of murder for fatally shooting Sonia Massey, who, again, she's the woman who called 911 for help. So she thought there was a prowler outside her house. Sean Grayson was the cop's name. He was found guilty of murder yesterday. And, you know, this guy was a walking red flag. He had lost his job in other law enforcement positions before. They had been warned about him. He had himself a record, but they didn't give a shit. They said he had mental health problems. Let's go ahead and play this. This is from yesterday's verdict.
Tonight in Illinois, former Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson guilty of second-degree murder in the shooting of 36-year-old Sonia Massey.
It's guilty. Second degree.
The verdict carrying a sentence of up to 20 years in prison. But Massey's family and other supporters had been hoping for a conviction on first-degree murder.
So they didn't get first degree. They got second degree. So it's not that big. I mean, to me, that's first-degree murder. He pulled that gun. He walked right towards her. He shot her. Boom. You could say, I guess it wasn't premeditated. He didn't plan to, but he was in control the whole time. I mean, it feels like first-degree murder to me, but they got him on second degree. And getting him on second degree, maximum 20 years. I'm guessing he'll get 10 and be out in, 5, 7? So, I mean, it's more than most cops get held accountable for. It's not probably what he deserves.
I'm fueled by rage right now. If you get...
Put down any boiling pots of water you might have. They don't like that there.
An officer that says he's going to shoot you in the face, and then he shoots you in the face, and you only get second-degree murder.
That's a great point. He did say, you better not. I'll shoot you right in the fucking face. And then he shot her in the... That's, you know what? That's a good point. That is first degree. That is premeditated. He announced what he was going to do, and then he did it. I agree with this guy. This is Sonia's cousin.
Grayson stoic as the verdict was read. The jury ultimately finding Grayson shot Massey in her kitchen last year and that his claim of needing to use deadly force was unreasonable. This after Grayson testified he perceived Massey's behavior as a threat.
Even if from that distance she threw boiling water at him, worst case scenario, he's getting some burns on his arms, maybe his face. I don't think someone loses their life over that.
The Springfield mother of two.
A taser? Sure. Oh, God, she had kids. A taser? Sure. Gunshot? No.
Had called 911 about a possible prowler picking up a pot of boiling water and saying,
First of all, no. She picked up the pot of boiling water because the police officer told her to. And then it sounded like she was dumping it down the drain.
Prosecutors arguing Grayson could have left Massey's home after she ducked behind her counter and apologized. Tonight, Massey's
she just said, okay, I'm sorry.
Father angry, but hopeful Grayson will receive the maximum sentence.
Because he showed no remorse. He was so cocky throughout this whole trial.
Felt like he was cocky.
Oh, yeah. Until today. Until he was
convicted.
Yeah. That knocked the smirk off.
And Maggie, we heard it right there. The Massey family furious. They didn't get that first-degree murder conviction. And this was a result of a late move by the defense. Explain.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. Right before closing arguments, the defense introducing that option of second-degree murder, perhaps to spare Grayson the possible life sentence that could have come with a first-degree murder conviction.
Wait, you can just fucking do that? That's kind of shitty. That's like a mid-trial plea deal. Oh, Your Honor, we would like to introduce the possibility of second-degree murder. It's like, oh, yeah, great. I would like to file the possibility of bringing Sonia Massey back to life through necromancy. But it's, I don't think it's going to work. You just get to do that shit? No, an up or down vote on first-degree murder, my man. So he didn't get acquitted of first-degree murder. They just chose to... Oh, that sucks. Hey, guess what though? Ben Crump got her $10 million, got her family $10 million. George Floyd's family got 27. George Floyd's family got $27 million. And Sonia Massey's family got 10. Doesn't seem right, does it? It doesn't seem right. But look, I mean, the fact that the guy got convicted of something, I'm just happy about that because you never know the way these trials go. So we got second degree murder, 20 years maximum. I doubt they're going to give him the max though, right? They probably won't. All right, anything coming in? Nope, not a goddamn thing. Son of a bitch. Guys, let's get moving. 612 watching the program. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We need some help. 110 away from today's goal. Can't take an L. Holy shit. I'm starting to get worried. It's 40 minutes left. We need some generosity, and we need that generosity damn quick. Gift some memberships. Throw in some super chats, a little PayPal, a little Venmo. It is not good. Not good if we're taking L's on the week back from jail. This was supposed to be, hey, where's all those $100 welcome backs? I'm waiting for my $100 we've had a few of them, don't get me wrong, but I think it's $100 welcome back time. Shit, beggars can't be choosy. 5 or 10 would really, really help. For my own ego, I can't. For my own ego, I can't take an L on back from jail week. I'm sorry. Guess what? Victor got us our Karmic X drop. Can I put this? Here we go. Got it. And
wanna fuck?
Good. There we go. Karmic X is now going to take Alex Jones's place. You know what? I'll make Alex Jones the $10 drop now. And we'll make Karmic the 20. So here we go. Hold on. Just give me 1 second to get Karmic all taken care of here. Get this all set up. Auto monitoring. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's go ahead and test it.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck.
There you go, guys. $20 gets you a karmic drop. $10 gets you the Alex Jones now. But let's do it. Oodles of Toodles says make him squirm. Dude, 110 is not making me squirm. 110 is failure. Like 110's an L. That's not even, like if it's within 50 and we got a half hour left, that's making me squirm. That I squirm for. 110, unless some kind of rally happens very, very soon, this is just a disaster for the toe. Especially since we started today at like 220, 225. Yikes, help us out. This is the making money portion of today's show. Grand Poobah with $1 says in Minnesota, police are trained to back out of the immediate area of someone like that as long as there isn't anyone else in the room. Not a terrible idea, and it could definitely save your precinct a lot of money in settlements. That's for sure. Yago with a good idea says make Red Bar the $100 drop. Could do a Red Bar in his Jewish gimmick from what is it? When he dressed like a Jew for Halloween. Can't remember what the fucking title of that episode was. Ben Crump can take up to 33% of that $250 grand, says Kaiju Koshi. Oh, no, it was $10 million. Oh, Kaiju Koshi says a $10 million judgment is reduced to $250 grand in actuality due to tort reform. Police and government officials are protected from lawsuits with cap payouts. How did George Floyd's family get their $27 million then? God damn. Alrighty says, I rebuke the goal in the name of Jesus. No. No rebuking the goal in the name of Jesus. No. Goal needs to be hit. Goal needs to be hit. Not rebuked in the name of Jesus, guys. Back from jail week is not a week where we miss the goal. It can't be, because it shows that I think Steel Toe is over. This is supposed to be a celebratory week. If the audience doesn't want to celebrate Toe getting out of jail, it means that Toe has lost it. Mussolini Diff with $5 says, okay, I'm sorry. That is what all violent criminals say before pulling out a gun. It is clearly not a sign of submission. Police training 101. New boot goofing. Yeah, I was worried. As I was getting through that chat, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Whew. Thank you, Vince Griswold. Halloween. That's what it was. Halloween is the great Red Bar episode. Waylon with $10 says no L for the toe. Let this be the last $10. Karmic, let's fuck. I was going to ask for it right before you made it 20. All right, here, we'll do it for 10.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
There we go. Thank you for the $10, buddy. Appreciate that. That's now going to put us 95 away from today's goal. Yes, there we go. All right, $95 away from today. Keep the rally going. Gifted memberships are huge because we're dong watching today. We need to get King Kong Dong his membership. So in the next 35 minutes, to avoid this being the beggiest part of the week, let's go ahead and throw money in, get the 95 hammered out, and call it a win for the toe, and test out our new $20 karmic drop. All right, we have a shooting in the last story that we got cleared up. Now we have a couple of prevented mass shootings. Hey, that's a win, right? Look at this big fella.
Synagogues across the state who plan to shoot it out with police. Officials were able to step in just in time before any violence occurred. Our correspondent Dana Marie McNichol is in Miami. She's got more on this. Dana Marie?
Hey, John, that Alabama man authorities say was...
Alabama man. By the way, very interesting that when a guy wants to do a mass shooting at a synagogue, the government knows all about it, very familiar, has him dead to rights, and goes and gets him. But every time it's a school or it's Las Vegas or anything else, we don't exactly know what happened. I mean, the person was on our radar, but I guess we just fudged.
On the verge of a violent attack with a stockpile of weapons found in his home. So investigators say on Monday evening, those authorities were alerted to credible threats of violence targeting synagogues, places of worship, and possibly political figures in Alabama as well as surrounding states. The FBI traced the threats back to 33-year-old Jeremy Schumacher and within hours initiated a multi-agency operation and raided his house.
Listen to that. A synagogue and threatens to shoot it out with cops, and all of a sudden, boom, they're descending on his house within minutes. They're getting after the guy, everything else. Some crazy trans person wants to shoot a bunch of kids. Oh, I guess we didn't get there in time. Fuck.
Located just.
Meanwhile, we find out the trans person is all over Discord, all over Twitter, talking all kinds of crazy shit. But we can't stop that one. You can always tell when the government's not involved in a mass shooting because the mass shooting doesn't happen. That's where I'm at. Like, the place I'm at now with all these mass shootings is if they happened, they were allowed to happen. And if they didn't happen, then the government wasn't in on it.
A few hours outside of Mobile, they found body armor, more than a suitcase full of specialized ammunition for a pistol, a shotgun, and an assault rifle. Schumacher was home at the time of the raid, and authorities say he had intentions of not being apprehended alive.
What we are indicating here is there was an actual plan in place from our perspective on that. This was going to actually be something, all right, that was stopped. It's not the ammo, the amount, it's not the guns, it's what his plan was. That's what's important here.
Sheriff Smith says this thwarted attack highlights the importance of quick and precise coordination between local and federal agencies. Schumacher is currently being held on a $150,000 bond for resisting arrest and possession of a firearm by a prohibited person.
Oh, shit. So that was it. All right. So this guy was on your radar. This guy was known to law enforcement. This guy was on all sorts of watch lists. And you were able to get him. I just don't. There's something going on. There's something deeper going on with all that mass shooting shit. Sam Show says it's always the same. It's not always the same, though, because they actually got this guy. They stopped him beforehand, which is very curious to me. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I found a new local YouTube couple for Aaron and SP. No, I'm out the game, homie. I'm out the game. I'm sorry. Sorry, we triggered magnesium today. Sorry about that, buddy. I didn't mean to upset you. I thought you would have a little fun with that. $95 away from today's goal. Guys, half hour away. Fuck it. Let's be done with this shit. It's the week back from jail. We got to hit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. It's so unprofessional for me to have to beg the last half hour, especially after such a kick-ass show I've been doing. Hit like, hit subscribe, but if your thumb's broken, get a little PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants out there. We got a half hour. We're 95 away. This is not looking good for the toe. Let's get a win. We're under 600 now. We're coming in for a landing. The audience is starting to taper. I'm starting to panic. I'm incredibly distracted. You see how agitated I am? Let's make lemonade. We need a win. Yes, I'm going back into the phone, and I'm hitting refresh a bunch. Anonymous Fake Dono with $10 says, jailbreak. Let's go, people. Another win for the toe. Well, we're getting there. We're getting to another win for the toe. We're $85 away now. Just a few more of those. Just a few more. Oh, wait, the $10. That's right. Alex Jones is $10 now. Here you go, buddy.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
$85 from Pay Dirt and another win for the toe. Hit it, guys. Hit it, hit it, hit it. And let's call it a perfect week again. The Federal Reserve cut interest rates by 25 basis points. I don't think this is a very good idea. You Need Me More with $10. Thank you. I haven't seen You Need Me More since I got out. You Need Me More with $10 says, you're just so needy. But I'm not needy. We could have knocked this out a long time ago, just a constant stream, and we would have been fine. I don't get needy until about 10 o'clock. That's when I start getting needy. SC Motorsports says, are Rumble rants working? Yes, Rumble rants are working. Throw in your Rumble rants. I will get them. $75 away from today's show. Get it, kids. Knock it out. Call it a win. The only thing that isn't working today is if you're gifting memberships, I cannot see them on Rumble. However, if you get them in, and I see them later, I will put them towards Monday. Norm McDonald. Oh, Norm, welcome. 279 from Norm says, Kumi is a closet gay. What say you? Sue Lightning. Well, I mean, if you have sex with a trans person, does it make you gay? I think if you have sex with a trans person, it means you have complicated proclivities. But I don't know if it makes you full on gay. There's a lot of gray area if you have sex with a trans person. It's something. It's not like totally hetero, but I don't think it's full on gay either. Need some kind of definition. So the Federal Reserve basically cut rates by 1/4 point. I think it's the lowest level they've been in 3 or 4 years. I don't think there's a lot of economic indicators out there to show that this was justified. I think this is us just trying to pump up our economy. I think this is just a fiat rate cut to make everyone feel good because a bunch of companies are cutting jobs. People aren't paying their bills. The SNAP benefit thing is going to affect the economy because even though it's our taxpayer dollars, it does go into consumption. It does go to these big food companies. So that's going to hit a little bit as well. A lot of these federal employees aren't getting paychecks. So I don't know if a rate cut was a good idea in terms of like the quality of the economy, but I think this was just done to instill confidence, to make people feel good and maybe pump up the markets a little bit. Let's take a look.
Okay, Fox News alert. We've got that key interest rate decision. It is out now. The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates by 25 basis points. That's 1/4 point. And the markets have been rallying into this decision. The Dow up 150 points right now at another record high, although there's a bit of sell-off happening on the news, as does sometimes happen. Welcome to another hour of
maybe because they were expecting a bigger cut or something. It's all kind of baked in. But I feel like this is a shot of steroids for the economy and not necessarily a shot of steroids that was earned or deserved, I think. All right, as I hit refresh, not a goddamn thing happening. Let's do it. $75 away. Guys, you're making me nervous. I don't like it. $75 away. Hit like, hit subscribe, but hit Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, we're turning into a beggy show today. It's our only one of the week, but still, blech, not fun. $75 away. Team up. Do it. We've got a new karmic drop. We're having a good time. Numero uno says Aaron's missing everything on Rumble. What's happening on Rumble? Oh, shit. All I can see is that I can't see when the membership is gifted. I just see Plankton was gifted a membership by Atomic Ray. It doesn't, that's the problem. I can't see the actual gift. So I can see that somebody was gifted a membership, so I can throw that in there. $70 away from today. Now people are arguing with me. They're saying, numero uno says there's been 2 gifted memberships from Abel Graham. Okay. So 2 gifted memberships from Abel Graham and a gifted membership from Atomic Ray. So that's another 15 off the goal. We'll get this working by tomorrow, I promise. $60 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Numero Uno, for letting me know about that. And he also says there's a Rumble rant in there. I got the one from Waylon. I got Waylon's Rumble rant, so that one's good. People are definitely saying if you have sex with a trans that's gay. That's not something different. That's not something else. That's just gay. Papa Shab says, yes, it makes you gay. Are you retarded? Yeah, he's saying that you fuck a man up the ass, that makes you gay. People are saying if Cumia fucked a trans person, that means he's a homosexual. Okay. Tronanon gifted a membership by Atomic Ray, so there's another one. Yes, Roots. The chat is working. I can see you. Thank you very much. 55 away from today. All right, guys, only $55 away. Let's keep going. Let's get that hammered out. Norm McDonald says, I gifted 50 memberships on the membership app. Oh, well, I will definitely credit that when I see it, my friend. Oh, Cheetos. Hey, guys, at Stoney's this weekend, they've got their costume contests. Make sure you head out there Friday and Saturday. They're celebrating Halloween twice this weekend at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Also, it'll be a great time because the Vikings are going to beat the Lions. Then you can go all dressed up as J.J. McCarthy. You'll have the coolest costume in the joint. And they're going to give prizes for first, second, and third. That is Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. All right, 55 away. Hit it. Let's get a win. I'm fucking nervous. All right, what did Red Fox Matt have for me? Alexa and James. He says he says this is for SP and I, that this should be a couple that we should meet. I think I'm good. I don't think I'm going to, but is this a new Ed and Michelle potentially? Could we become fans? Are these going to be some down-home, wholesome Midwestern folk like Ed and Michelle? I haven't checked in with Ed and Michelle in quite a while. By the way, somebody texting in, so does that make SP gay since she's having sex with you and you have tits? That hurts my feelings. The fuck is this? Let me ask you a question, Red Fox Matt, and be honest with me. Be honest with me. Where the fuck do you find this shit? And did they just see a shirt that said, I love trains? You got to buy that, right? And wear it backwards? Oh, this guy's a doofus. He's probably a cool guy. He's a giant doofus, so he's probably all right. Oh, Somalis are train conductors now. That's good.
From this cabin is definitely bigger than I thought it'd be.
And we got water.
Oh, I thought you brought that.
No,
I'm good. I'm good. This is okay. I'm fine. No, thank you. Red Fox Man, I'm all right. They seem like really nice, wholesome, decent people. You don't need to subject them to my filth and disgustingness. Thank you very much. I see that I've really stepped in shit on this whole just asking the question, hey, if Cumia had sex with a trans, does that make you gay? And I was kind of like, well, it's a little iffy. It's a middle ground area. I'm getting fucking slammed for that one. I'm getting really torn apart in the Rumble chat for my take on. Look, I've never had sex with a trans person, so it's not something that I've had to think a lot about. I'm not attracted to trans people, so it's not really something that I've had to have a lot of discussions on. You guys kind of caught me off guard. I don't know. 09 Canyon says you can have gay sex and not be gay. Yeah, that's what they tell me, but I always feel like they're just trying to make me feel better, to be honest with you. All right, let's do the next thing. I need $55 to have a perfect week, so please throw in a couple and help out the toe. What do you say? We got some Jasmine Crockett today. Jasmine Crockett was on TMZ. I don't know if you saw this, but Harvey Levin from TMZ has started a new political movement called Out With Their Asses. I don't know if you've heard about this, but Harvey at TMZ decided that, we need to do something about our political structure and our government. And he knew exactly who to do it. And it's a group that's underrepresented in political influence, an older Jewish man. And he decided that he needed to do this movement called OWTA because every movement has a good acronym. And this is called Out With Their Asses. Now, what Harvey's saying is that we got to throw out all 535 members of Congress. So no matter what happens in these next couple elections, don't worry about Republican, don't worry about Democrat, just vote out incumbents. That's his whole deal. Let's take a listen and see what you think.
Yeah, it just, I was watching, I got to stop because it's so triggering me. I'm just sick.
He was watching Steel Toe. Harvey was watching Steel Toe. He's like, I was just watching the show and I got so triggered. I'm like, you know what? Join the club. A lot of people do.
Of watching all of these ridiculous politicians just blaming each other. And now the air traffic controllers got a zero paycheck. Zero. So are we waiting for planes to crash into each other and then all of a sudden we say, oh, we got to do something? Is that what?
I'll be honest with you. If planes were going to crash into something, historically, your people wouldn't give us a heads up.
We're waiting for that there's going to be a midair collision or some kind of a fatal collision because these guys have to work at night to make money and work during the day because they're essential workers. And there's already a shortage, so they're working overtime. So how long do we want to now wait? Are we all going to sit back and say, oh, I guess the politicians will handle it?
Yes, that's what we're going to do. I mean, we'll bitch about it in the meantime, but I'm telling you right now, yes, that is what we're going to do. We're going to sit back and wait for them to handle it. That's how we roll. And also, the out with their asses thing, great. That's awesome. I hope it works out. But like, I've watched the Tea Party. I've watched Black Lives Matter. All that happens. Here's the brilliance of the people in charge. They will find a way to take the out with their asses movement, which is vote out all 535 members of Congress. Vote them all out. No exception. They will find a way to co-opt that and make it theirs. Just like the Republicans did with the Tea Party, just like the Democrats did with Occupy Wall Street. They'll find a way to take the fuck all you guys, we're kicking you out, and make it their thing. That's what they do. So he had Jasmine Crockett on. And Jasmine Crockett, who is a congresswoman, she's one of the people whose asses he's saying they should be out with, is already trying to cozy up to the idea.
I heard you a couple of nights ago talking about how the Republicans have abdicated their responsibility. They're not in Washington, D.C., haven't been there for a month, how health care is going to go through the roof. I get it. But what about what I'm saying? That the fact is you guys are deadlocked and America is suffering, and we need to threaten to throw everybody out unless you can figure this out. Is that unreasonable?
So remember, this is a sitting member of Congress that he's talking to. And like I said, this is the brilliance of the people in charge. They will take an idea, even if it's meant to attack them, and they'll find a way to co-opt it.
I think it's unlikely, but I appreciate your frustration, and I think that your frustration is shared by the average American. I mean, I think that's why your statements have resonated to the tune of hundreds of thousands of people.
Now, wait a minute. This is the woman who every time they talk about Trump, he's the worst. Oh, shit. And she gets her fucking ghetto speak on and everything else. But the minute Harry Levin says, yeah, you guys are all fucking rotten, I say we get rid of all of you guys. What do you think? And she goes, look, I appreciate your frustration, but I don't know. I don't think that's it. Like, all of a sudden, this rebel, this renegade attitude that she has completely disappears once Harvey Levin goes, so what about getting you the fuck out of there too? Oh, see, I think that would be reaching a little too close to the sun there, Icarus. I got to say, today, she ditched her walker. She's walking all on her own. Today, Jasmine Crockett became a full-fledged politician.
Have decided to tune into what you had to say, but the reality is that people say get rid of everybody else, but I love my own, which means that we end up with the same group, right? They say
you're part of the group, honey. That's the weirdest part. When you're an outsider and then you get on the inside, you don't get to say those guys anymore. You're one of them.
yes, you go vote out yours, but I'm going to continue to vote for mine. And at the end of the day, what we need to understand is that we didn't have to endure this in the last 4 years. What was the difference? The difference was
we had a president who literally just took naps all day and governed by auto pen, and everyone else made the decisions for him. Yeah, you're right. That probably would be a little easier. We function very well without a leader, apparently.
the leadership that was coming from the top. The reason that we are enduring this type of chaos is because we have a chaos agent that is at the top. You can't expect somebody to negotiate or compromise if you literally refuse to sit at the table.
You all. Okay, so there we go. So Harvey, she is becoming a professional politician with her doublespeak. Harvey Levin goes, hey, all you motherfuckers need to go. Right, Jasmine? And she's like, no, just their guy. It's our guys are all fine. They're that guy. She is right about one thing, though. Everybody bitches about all these Congress people, and Congress people need to go. We need to get them all out of there. And then when it comes time to vote, they go, oh, everybody else is going to vote out their guy. I'm going to keep mine. You can't make it up. This text message coming in. Hey, Aaron, where did her Ebonics go? Isn't that a bitch? Isn't that something? Every time with this woman, Jasmine Crockett, every time they talk to her and it's about something like really kind of like heavy or deep, all of a sudden, oh, she talks English now. It's interesting. Oh, I sucked, didn't I? I was terrible. I wasn't good. We're still 55 away. We're 55 away from today. Guys, just a pesky 55 away from knocking it out and having a perfect week for the toe. We have 10 minutes left. I'm panicking. This is bad. My return week from jail should not be our first missed week in however many months or whatever. So, $55 away. Now, granted, I do have to count gifted memberships later because I don't know how many have come in because of the problems Rumble is having. But $55, if you guys could all chip in just a little bit, in about 5 minutes, I am going to Erica if we get under $50. If we get under 50 in 5 minutes, I'll fire up Erica and we'll see if we can get this thing knocked out. But as of right now, I am in fucking panic mode. My lost interest says knee bounce. No, I'm not doing knee bounce today for the $55. I'm doing the chair twist. If you've been watching, I've been chair twisting a lot. Not good. By the way, Sam Show goes, what do you mean he talks English now? It's from Casino. It's when he's selling the diamonds to the Airbnb. Oh, he talks English now. That's what I was doing. Rabbi Smoothie says, oh, he talks beggy now. Yes, I do. Das Optic Nerve says 55, Aaron's BMI. Hey, fuckhead, I don't mind calling my BMI 55. I'd just like you to do it while throwing a couple of bucks in and hitting our perfect week. All right? I got no problem with any of that. But I'd like a couple bucks or a gifted membership attached to it. 55 away from today. We need some help. Get them in there. Where's all our fake donos? Walter, Steven, who are the other fake donators? We need all of our fake dono guys to jump in and make it a perfect week for the toe. Hey, I don't mean to sound the alarm any more than I already have, guys, but Paramount is now announcing that they're laying off 2,000 employees. So there's the latest. Another one. 2,000 employees being laid off by Paramount. And wouldn't you know, when Paramount gave a statement about it, Paramount said that they're just restructuring their business model. So, guys, there's really nothing to worry about. Target's laying people off. Amazon, Paramount, UPS, Outback, all of these places that are indicative of the consumer class pulling back. Don't worry. Just because they're all laying off people doesn't mean anything. Because they all said at the same time that they're all restructuring to modify their business model to fit the changing times. So nothing's happening. Everything's fine. I also wanted to report some good news. Many different restaurants in Minnesota are going to be offering free food starting this weekend for people who are on SNAP benefits. See, this is what I'm talking about. I think the silver lining that can come from all this stuff is that maybe we find out that we still are charitable people. Maybe we can find out that we can all, if you just cut our taxes and stop spending, by the way, $300 billion a year on EBT and SNAP. and TANF. $300 billion a year in government spending on those programs. You give us a tax break, you let us keep more of our money. Who's to say we won't take care of each other? I really have a hard time believing, and I can be a skeptic sometimes. I have a hard time believing that we would let each other starve in a country as rich as ours. I have a hard time believing that we would let people starve. So maybe if the more this government shutdown continues, the more we could find out that, maybe we don't need government for a lot of this stuff. Maybe we'd all take care of it. It's possible. But yeah, Cottage Grove, Minnesota, Minneapolis, Burnsville, Duluth, Hastings, Oakdale, Shakopee, St. Paul. There's a bunch of different places that are gathering their restaurants and grocery stores together and offering free food packages for SNAP assistance recipients. DoorDash has launched an emergency food response to help those impacted by the lapse in benefits. DoorDash will deliver 1 million free meals through food banks and waive fees on grocery orders for an estimated 300,000 SNAP recipients. I mean, hell, it's something, right? It's maybe a start. It could, maybe we find out that we can take care of this. My Lost Interest says the economy will bounce back once the new DC ballroom is complete. Imagine how many new people will be hired, and they'll all be SNAP recipients. Yeah, once we get that giant ballroom built, everyone will forget about all of their problems. Well, guys, it's begging time. Fuck. This didn't go well. This is bad. Now, $55 with 5 minutes left in the week would normally not be a big deal. But I think on getting out of jail week, this is bad news. Now, I know Rumble chat was down. I can't see the memberships. Who knows? Maybe we've hit the fucking thing already. But still, let's just make sure we hit it. Let's light the lamp. Let's get the contributions in. Everybody. I'm not saying that guy, this guy, that guy. All of you throw in a couple of bucks. We got 5 minutes left, and let's get this thing knocked out. And then I can do a members only show, and we'll feel really good about it. Fire up the music. I didn't want to bring this back during Back from Jail week, but Steel Toe is not where I delude myself into thinking it is. Come on, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Let's get that last 55 knocked out. I've become so spoiled in the last month because we really haven't had to do this. We've been so far ahead that now I'm getting all pouty and bitchy when I just have to do this part. $5 from Sergeant Hulka. Says, hey, Toe, I know you were busy last week, but you got me in the hopper on my VIP merch. Yes, I do. The deliveries are going out tomorrow. $50 away from today's goal. Come on, kids. We got $50 left. Menthol Man says it was so much easier behind bars, wasn't it? I'm scraping and clawing for the last 50, my man. Maybe I just slowly walk back into that cell and shut the door. Who knows? Main Vein with $20 says for Erica, white makes right. No, that's not. No. We're not saying white makes right at all. Need Trump with $10 says we just need 6 people to give $10. Not anymore. That's 25 off the goal. We're 25 away, or 5 gifted memberships on Rumble that I won't be able to see. $25 away from today's goal. We're almost there. Oh, by the way, that was 20 from Main Vein, so I owe him a karmic, and I owe Need Trump and Alex Jones. Keep it going. $25 away, and then we're home free, and it's a perfect week for the Toe. Oh, my goodness gracious. How much longer? We've got 2.5 minutes left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. $25 is the number. It's back from jail week, so you got to get the W. You got to. Some Italian guy says, holy shit, my alarm is Erica, and you're playing it also? Yes. This is our hit the goal music. This is our rally. Get ready. We got about 2 minutes to go. Sing along. 25 to go, and then it's a perfect welcome back from jail week for your favorite. Rabbi Smoothie says, get the fuck up. Get it, kids. All right, we got about a minute and a half. Let's bring it right back to there. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, everybody. $25 from JJ McCarthy. He says, goal. Hopefully I can hit some goals this weekend. Oh, and go Whites. Well, I don't know about the go Whites part, but thank you for the $25. It's another win for the toe. Not bad. You get 4 hours of show, and then after that 4 hours of show, we rattle a little can, we make our money, and we call it a W. Nice work, boys and girls. You took care of it again. Now, we do need to get a few of these in. Thank you for the $25, JJ McCarthy.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
There you go. Thank you, Need Trump, for the $10.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
And thank you very much, JJ Main Vein, for the $20 as well.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
There we go. Thank you very much, Victor, for sending that to us. Guys, we knocked it out. We nailed it. Blood farts mad. They're all up. Well, they're not. They're actually being very nice in the chat. Goal, 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 goal. Great job, Toe Gang. Thank you very much. Cabinet Man's upset. It's another perfect week and another win for the toe, and your tears taste delicious. We even had people saying, don't watch Aaron. Give us the money. Don't give Aaron the money. We still got up to about 700 people, beat their viewership total, and kicked everyone's ass. Unbelievable job, guys. Thank you very much. Let's finish up Erica, and then join me for members only in just a couple of minutes.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.